Stimați invitați, stimați participanți ai Forumului Internațional Siguranța Online a Copiilor, vă invităm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. În câteva momente începe evenimentul nostru. Stimată doamnă vicepreședintă a Parlamentului Republicii Moldova, doamna Doina German.
Dear Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, Mrs. German, dear State Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, dear invitees, welcome to the International Forum on Child Online Safety.
To the online safety for children. Evenimentul este organizat de
The event is organized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in partnership with the International Center La Strada, with the support of the State Department of the US and the European Union delegation in the Republic of Moldova. The forum of today can be followed online on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Internal Affairs as well as on the Facebook page of the International Center La Strada. During the discussions today, we are going to address important topics referring to education, digital education, national policies in the field of abuse and combating the sexual exploitation of children online, as well as best practices internationally. With a welcome word, I would like to invite to the opening of our forum the Vice President of the Parliament, Doina German. Dear colleagues, dear partners, dear State Secretary, dear Daniela, thank you very much for this invitation today at this forum dedicated to child safety online. It's a big honor and at the same time a big responsibility. We are living in a century, in a digital century that brings lots of benefits, but also lots of challenges. Moreover, when we speak about children. And that is why it is critical for us to be sure that the voice and the welfare of children are a priority in any discussion about technologies and internet. Observance of the human rights, including child rights, are at the basis of the European Union principles and shall be guaranteed both in the physical as well as online space. During this digital era, every child deserves to grow in a digital environment that will be safe and friendly, where they can feel protected and encouraged to explore, to learn, and to connect with the world around in a positive way. We see that from early age, children are navigated in the internet, where they learn, they play, and communicate on different social platforms. So very often they can see unsafe content or digital services which were not created considering their welfare. And here our responsibility intervenes to create a digital space that would be friendly and safe for them. In 2012, there has been established a reference group by means of a European strategy for better internet for children that guided the national policies in the European Union. More recently, in 2021, the Commission did launch a strategy, a comprehensive strategy with regard to the rights of children that include and update the strategy for a safer internet. The updated strategy emphasizes the importance to protect children and young people and to enable them in the online environment. It's a priority that reflects our joint commitment to ensure every child being protected and empowered in the digital world. In the Republic of Moldova, the national plan for European Union accession for the years 2024-2027 is providing special attention to protection of children online. So it is a priority of the government to adapt and to implement a number of directives and regulations in line with the European ones. So these measures have been conceived to strengthen the legal national framework, the infrastructure, as well as the capacity to prevent and combat effectively abuse and sexual exploitation of children online. It is the responsibility of the Parliament to get sure that our laws are not just in line or correspond to the current needs, but also are aligned with the principles and values of the European Union. So to promote the harmonization of the legal framework of the country with the acquis communautaire. This includes introduction of provisions, legal provisions to address the abuse and sexual exploitation of children online by providing at the same time criminal prosecution of the offenders as well as protection of victims. And also a clear objective is the prevention of these offenses by blocking and eliminating or removing the sites that contain sexual abuse materials. At the legislative level, we plan to promote actions that would transform digitally the services in a way that will consider the welfare of children. This includes promotion of best practices sharing with regard to education in the field of mass media, both in the Republic of Moldova as well as among our European partners. We wish schools and teaching staff from our country to learn and to cooperate with their European colleagues with a view to ensuring the best digital education methods. Moreover, we will encourage the sector of IT sector to create and to promote digital products that are not just innovative but also friendly to children. By means of these measures, we would like to create a digital environment that will not just protect children of different dangers, but also empower them to explore and grow in safety. And in conclusion, the national plan, as well as the efforts of the Parliament, reflect our commitment, our strong commitment towards a safe online environment for our children. It is a task that we are assuming with big responsibility and seriousness, and which requires cooperation of the whole society. Together, I'm sure we will be able to ensure a safer digital future for our children. I want to thank you very much for the engagement, commitment, dedication, and constant support in this key sector. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful day. Thank you very much too, Mrs. Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, Doina German, and the invitees. Now the first panel of discussions is starting, called Changes under the Digital Services Act, Challenges, Best Practice and Implementation Prospects for Moldova. The moderator of this is the Executive Director of the National Association of ICT Companies, Mrs. Marina Bzovei. Let me briefly present some details of the rich experience of Mrs. Bzovei. She has a law BA and a master's in the IT management. During the legal education, she coordinated successfully a program related on the critical thinking and working with some of the most important specialists in the field in international relations from the whole world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, we as ICT are welcoming the topic and the forum during these 2 days. Moreover, that the operators as well as the whole sector, ICT sector, are here and ready to come and support and undertake measures with a view to preventing and helping the efforts related to child safety online. So tomorrow, at the European level, the regulation or the Digital Services Act comes into force, as we call it shortly, DSA. It's a document that comes with certain obligations for 3 types of stakeholders or players on the market: the online platform, the social networks, as well as the service providers. And this is the document that we are going to discuss today, both from the point of view of challenges that the operators are going to face at the European level, because we have a number of international speakers, as well as the plans of the Republic of Moldova with a view to the implementation of this DSA in the near future, from what we understand. I would like to invite here with me our colleagues that are physically present, like Andrei Kushka and Valentin Armaș, and the others are going to connect online. Mr. Kushka is the head of the Information Technology and Digitalization Policy Directorate under the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, and Mr. Valentin Armaș is a national consultant who has carried out a study on the DSA. And along with next to them, we are going to discuss about the local context, and later we have an online connection with Abe Roberts, who is project officer from iHope, and Alexandra Koch-Skiba from EuroISPA, a similar association like ATIC, but for internet providers. And obviously Elena Botezato, who is the executive director of the La Strada International Center. Sorry, Elena, for not inviting you straight away. Okay. So I would call everyone to start the discussions. During the discussion, we will address some issues, and I know that people are following us online. Those from online would like to invite them to leave their questions there, and our colleagues will pass the questions to us. Since as of tomorrow this Digital Services Act enters into force, we know that the Republic of Moldova is planning to implement very quickly the European directives as well as all the regulations. Mr. Kushka, can you please tell us what is the plan of the government in this sense? We know that this DSA is already part of the agenda, so I'd like to know how soon this will enter into force in our country, and how long would the discussions and the negotiations be held on this document. Hello. I'm really happy to welcome you here at this forum. From the very start, I would like to say that at the moment, the legislation of the Republic of Moldova provides for certain elements that regulate the activity of the service providers online on issues related to the removal of illegal content, and in this sense the legislation of the Republic of Moldova is represented by the law on crime prevention, cybercrime prevention, the law on informational society services, the law on electronic communications, as well as law on child protection against the negative impact of information. These laws are providing for certain obligations of the providers, in particular of hosting services providers, with regard to the removal of content that has been reported and upon the request of the competent structures. And in this sense, we are welcoming the reporting service that was launched in partnership between the La Strada and Ministry of Internal Affairs in cooperation with the local hosting providers. So as regards the plans or legal framework development plans and alignment of this to the acquis communautaire, obviously we shall mention the commitment, our commitment to transpose the on digital services that, as it was mentioned, enters into force at the EU level as of tomorrow. So this document, this annex updated recently under the association agreement, provides for a deadline for the transposition of this document, and in particular end of 2026. We, in this sense, have initiated activities together with our partners with a view to analyzing the best option of transposition of this regulation in the national regulatory framework, since we have a specific situation, the size of the market, the supplies, and hence we came already to the first conclusions that we need to transpose it partially, this regulation. Obviously, we are going to transpose it in what regards imposition of some new obligations towards the service providers, intermediary service providers online. And in particular, this obligation will refer to the implementation of some mechanisms and tools related to the identification or detection of illegal content and harmful one, and disinformation as well, and elimination of this content, obviously, from its platforms. As I mentioned, also, the national authority is supposed to be appointed, responsible for supervision of providers of these services online. Most probably, this will be the market regulator, Anarcheti. And in this sense, we are actively studying the practice and the experience of the European Union countries that are now in this process of transposition of this regulation. And obviously, we will apply the best practices in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kushka. If you can tell us, please, how soon is the government planning to transpose the regulation? If there is a timeline proposed already? As I mentioned, we have started already the first analysis. In this sense, the deadline is 2026. So before 2026, we shall analyze the European perspective and practice for the transposition of what can be adjusted in the Moldovan legal framework. So I would suggest us to analyze a little bit also from the EU perspective. We have here Andreea Topnoni online with us, Five Rights Foundation. She is going to talk to us about the online protection of children, obviously based on the discussions in Brussels, and moreover that the EU delegation, the United Nations, and not just them, are focusing their efforts on on the DSA to protect children online, and in particular to identify those mechanisms that would be sufficient, that both the operators as well as the social networks and online platforms would be able to use together to supplement the discussions that are being held. So we would like to hear what are the amendments in the regulation on digital services for the providers from Europe, or what are the responsibilities for the private sector. Moreover, that in this regulation that is called at the European level the Internet Constitution, there are multiple obligations set, in particular for the ICT sector. I hope that Andrea is with us online and that we have her connected.
To everyone who's there in person, I'm sorry I could not be in person as well, but I'm with you in spirit for sure. And thank you for the invitation to the organizers. Of course, I will speak just briefly about the importance of the DSA for children. As from the perspective of the Five Rights Foundation, we see the digital environment and made of services, features, games, and a lot of systems that mediate a lot of many aspects of children's lives. But we see this environment not recognizing the presence and the specific rights and vulnerabilities of children. We see this environment treating every user pretty much like an adult, and this obviously goes to the detriment of the rights of the child and their specific needs and vulnerabilities. So we see the DSA, Digital Services Act, as a very good step forward in terms of regulation, a regulation that has a lot of potential, which of course will have to be seen and tested in practice. And as most of you know, I'm sure it will be fully applicable tomorrow to all, in all its parts and to all platforms. So as of tomorrow, the national authorities of EU member states will have to implement all of its articles and provisions. So just to give an overview of the main, I would say, novelties or good features that the DSA includes for children, we can see that the fundamental rights in general and children's rights specifically are front and center in the regulation. We can see it in the preamble. There is a very strong recognition of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the protection of children's rights as one of the main objectives of the regulation, but also of the European Union as a whole. And if we go then to look at the law, so the articles, we see several specific obligations that are really important for children. We have, and it was, I think, mentioned by some speakers before, a number of articles that provide obligations and mechanism to report illegal activity and content in the platforms that are covered by the Act. Of course, there is a very strong focus within the context of illegal content on child and sexual abuse material. Platforms are supposed to take down such content with a very swift procedure, to put in place mechanisms to report it and to keep track of all this activity. We have a provision in Article 14 that requires a very, I would say, children-friendly and age-appropriate presentation of terms and conditions, as well as the obligation and the specific obligation to actually enforce and respect the platform's terms and conditions. That's Article 14, which is really important for children to start understanding also what happens in the platforms. We have a number of transparency obligations on the platforms in Articles 15, 24, 26, and 27, which can help, I would say, authorities as well as children understanding how content as well as data is treated by the platforms. And then I would say the main, perhaps, or one of the main articles that is relevant for children is Article 28, which includes two main provisions. One is very general. It asks platforms to put in place appropriate and proportionate measures to ensure a high level of privacy, safety, and security of minors on their service. So a very, I would say, broad obligation for all platforms, big and small. So not only the very large online platforms that everybody is talking about and the TikToks of this world, but also relatively smaller platforms that can still have millions of children users or be specifically directed and targeted to children users. So this is a very important step forward. And of course, this is the first article where we'll have to see how the enforcement and the implementation of the regulation will go to see its concrete impact, but there is a very strong potential there. The second part of the article is perhaps a bit more well-known, the prohibition, the direct prohibition of profiling children for the purpose of targeted advertising. So the prohibition of targeted advertising to minors, which is obviously a very important obligation, because more often than not, the business model of many platforms that children use for several reasons, be it to access certain service or for leisure, encourage these platforms, or make these platforms use users' data to propose and to push advertising, which has been shown to be let's say, not too good for the health and especially the mental health of children. So these are the obligations on all the platforms, which are, as of tomorrow, to be implemented and enforced by national authorities of the 27 countries. And then we have, I would say, an even more ambitious part of the regulation on very large online platforms, which have been designated in April, as well as in August, a bit later, which force the platforms to carry out a very broad risk assessment as to the impact of their platforms on a number of rights and a number of elements. One of the key elements is the rights of the child, and I would flag here that the text mentions the rights of the child, as in all of the rights of the child, which I think will be very interesting to see in terms of enforcement, because this, of course, includes the rights to safety and to security and to privacy, but also some positive rights to access information, to play. So I think there is also a potential there to make sure that the digital environment is really not only something that we try to protect children from and within, but also something that we can imagine children to be empowered and to be safe and central within. So these platforms will have to carry out risk assessments. There has been already a round of risk assessments which aren't public yet, but on which the European Commission has asked some additional information to some platforms. And based on the risks that have been assessed, there are a number of mitigation measures, so a number of changes that the platforms will need to implement. I would flag notably the possibility of, when it's needed, age verification or age assurance, which is a way to make sure that there is a recognition of the child on the platform, or in extreme cases, an age gating of very harmful or potentially harmful services for children. And on the other hand, I would say even more important, the possibility to redesign and review the algorithmic systems and the recommender systems that actually, in a way, shape the experience of children online, so that children are not directed and are not drawn to stay more on the platform, that are not driven to harmful content. So I would say there is a lot on paper that can be implemented, and we will see how the Commission will enforce that. Just maybe a closing remark. I would say that potentially the main symbolic also importance of the DSA is the strong recognition and the embedment of the principle of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and its general comment 25 on the children's rights in the digital environment throughout the text. This means, I think, a very perhaps simple but crucial recognition that everyone below 18 is a child, which is not something that in the online environment is always clear or recognized by the companies, that children have all of their rights just as they have offline, online, and everywhere they are online, not only where we would like them to be or in the dedicated spaces. That's I think also very, very important to recognize and embed in regulation. This recognition implies also, I think it was mentioned as well, the responsibility of companies for the users and for children on their platforms. So this complementary obligation to keep children safe, it's crucial because we have seen in the years a lot of focus on tools such as education, parental controls, which are obviously part of the equation, part of the solution, but we cannot put all the responsibility on parents, education institutions, and children themselves when these platforms are designed in a certain way. So the shared responsibility of platforms for the safety of children is also a very important principle. And I think this brings to the one, perhaps the essential element of how the regulation is designed, which is to have a product safety approach, or like a risk-based and ex-ante approach to the safety of children. So looking at trying to prevent risk or mitigate risk, but also trying to look at the design of the platforms and the digital world, and trying to embed children's rights from the start in how the digital world is designed. So not trying to fix the harms after they happen, but trying to put children's rights front and center of how the online world that we all live in, and children perhaps even more and more as they are the first fully digital, born and raised generation. I would say maybe just a couple of last points on perhaps the shortcomings of the DSA. It does cover only platforms, so we know that there are a number of services that are really important in the lives of children, notably video games and education technology, which might be covered to a certain extent, but I think that's one perhaps thing to work on even more. And the fact, obviously, that this differentiation between bigger platforms and small platforms, we will have to see how it will play out in terms of enforcement. I would leave it to that, just to say that we have just published yesterday, for who might be interested, a report on how to implement the DSA for children. So I would also invite anyone who's interested to read more and better from that publication, which is a very in-depth report on how to implement these articles and these principles for children online. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Just a small question in the end. As we understand, there are still discussions on the mechanism of implementation of the DSA. Are there any advanced discussion in terms of child protection? Because there are already mechanisms which are working, and they're working cross-border, I mean, throughout the European Union.
Yeah, so I cannot speak for the institutions, of course, but we know that there is a two levels of enforcement essentially in the DSA. One is the EU level for the very large online platforms, which includes the risk assessments on so-called systemic risks, which include systemic risk to mental health, children's rights, and a number of other issues that are very relevant for children. And the Commission is, as far as we know, evaluating this risk assessment for now, and it is developing more detailed guidance internally on how to enforce the rules on children, notably Article 28. The national authorities that will have to start enforcing and implementing the DSA as of tomorrow, 17 February, will have very different, I would say, approaches. In some countries is one type of authority, maybe the consumers or the audiovisual media services authorities. In some others is a number of authorities combined. Some other countries have created teams ad hoc. Some countries have developed already guidance and have in their own internal legislation voluntary codes of practice to help companies comply with this regulation. That would help, I think, companies comply with the regulation. I can mention the Dutch Children's Code, the Irish Fundamentals on Children's Rights online. France and Sweden also have developed similar voluntary guidance. And some of the countries have also issued draft laws on how to implement the DSA for children. But I would say that the next months will be crucial to make sure that all states have appointed authorities, that these authorities have the right resources and the right expertise and the right mandate to put children and children's rights as a priority for enforcement. Because we know that they're not the only group and topic covered in the DSA. So we think that is very important to make sure that the priority is not just in the speeches, but also in the budgets and in the expertise and in the human resources of the national authorities, and to make sure that they all coordinate in terms of the approach that they take to this topic. And this should happen in this governance body of the DSA, which is called the Digital Service, the board of the DSA. So the meeting of all the digital services coordinators of all the national authorities, where we hope there will be an opportunity to both coordinate on different approaches to this topic, as well as change best practices and push to keep children as a priority in enforcement.
Thank you, Andrea. I guess we need to meet again exactly in the same panel, I don't know, maybe a month after you start implementing it, so we can continue the discussions in terms of mechanisms and practices. Thank you once again for connecting, and we move forward to our next speakers within our panel.
We have Valentin Armaș. He is a national consultant. Recently, he has developed an analysis regarding the regulation and transposition of the DSA. Now, the key question, I guess, that we're all asking ourselves is, are we ready as a country to transpose this regulation? What is required for that? What is needed, and whether by 2026 are we able to do it? That's the plan of the government. Or maybe we're ready to do it even quicker. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event, because the topic is truly truly an important one. Children and the online environment. This is a topic which is important for me. I have a child of 9 years, and the experience is not very fortunate. So defending children is one of the most important topics which can be discussed. In this regard, the DSA comes with certain important provisions, but they are not very exact. As the colleague mentioned, they're quite general in nature. The preamble talks about specific acts regarding the protection of juveniles, according to these are regulations of the EU. So DSA doesn't touch upon them. It only fills in, completes this legal framework, and since this is a novelty, the experience tells me that there could be amendments. There could be much more precise language in the future. Unfortunately, we don't have an experience in the implementation because this is just entering into force. Tomorrow, they will assign the competent authorities who will deal with the enforcement of the regulation of the Act. On the 25th, we'll have the first report, and in 27, there will be 3 more reports on the implementation of this Act. This is quite there's quite a lot of time. Now, when it comes to the transposition, I should start with the structure of the Act to understand how do I see the transposition of the regulation. There are certain provisions applicable to certain subjects. The provisions are more in number, but they are applied gradually according to the category of subjects, and then there are provisions which are applicable across the table to all the intermediaries, just to online platforms, a second category, and to the very big ISPs. Of these categories of provisions, there is one more waiver. Certain norms are not applicable to small and micro enterprises. So there are provisions, and by the way, this is the general extension of the European regulations and the problem of transposing them into national law. The aspects related to the community. The regulation says that one needs to register on the territory of the Union or assigning a legal representative on the territory of the Union. How this task will be accomplished for the subjects who provide services outside Moldova, from outside Moldova in the country, this is also quite a complicated issue. When it comes to the SMEs, there is a difference when it comes to the subjects according to these categories. If you look at the number of employees, the national legislation operates with recommendations 361, which provide for them working in the Union. Now, when it comes to the turnover revenues, the differences are very big. In Moldova, a couple of millions of lei. In EU, the subject has to have a revenue of a couple of millions of euros, and differences are from 2 to 5 million US dollars per year. So this is an issue, and this legislation has to be adjusted so that, there's a number of European regulations which refer to micro, small, and medium enterprises. So this adjustment must be made at the country level and not just through one regulation. Now, the big ISPs, the very big ISPs, to whom certain more complex provisions are applicable compared to other ISPs, the colleague mentioned Article 34, 35, where these subjects should make their own evaluations of the content and come with certain reactions. It's obvious that a small undertaking will not afford that. And here we have the biggest challenge, because a very big ISP is a company which is accessed by 45 million people per month in the European Union. This is a striking figure. Why 45 million? Because these are 10% from the population of the Union. This is a figure that the Commission will have to adjust to the needs. A scalability of this figure, according to this percentage, means that in Moldova, a very big ISP will be the one who is accessed by 300, 400,000 people. Will this be the right thing? I think not, because lawyers know that law is law and there has to be the principle of equity. If a subject who is on the territory of the EU are not subject to such dramatic rules, I don't think it will be fair for a subject, very small subject, to be obliged to respect the same requirements if it is on Moldova's territory. So these are the most important issues that needs to be solved, or the ones that we have to answer in the process of transposing the regulation. Thank you. So for Moldova, in Moldova, there will be a small number of ISPs who will be subject to the GSA. I mean local providers. I mean, there will be bigger ISPs, right? International ones included. All right, let's go further on the agenda. At the end, we have some time for Q&A. Again, I encourage those who are online to ask the questions because we will ask them by the end. All right. We have Abby Roberts. She is a project officer at the InHope. InHope is the largest international organization in fighting CSAM, and they cooperate with a lot of service providers from the private sector. They have 52 hotlines this of the reporting CSAM. Now, this services at the global level ensure the receipt of illegal abuse material analysis, and they facilitate the takedown of these materials from the internet by cooperating with ISPs and law enforcement, including ISPs from Moldova. Abby, I hope you are with us.
I'll give you the floor. So much, and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me fine. I apologize that I am attendance in remote, but I hope that this suffices. My name is Abby Roberts, and I am a project manager with InHope, and I'll be providing a little bit of context about the work of the InHope network as it relates to harmful content online, and contextualizing our network's approach and opinions and perspectives on the Digital Services Act and how it's going to be rolled out within the European Union, as well as implications for the global network. So first, a little bit of context about the work of InHope. We are the leading global network of internet hotlines combating child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, online. As of this year, the network consists of 54 hotlines in 50 countries that provide the public with a way to anonymously report illegal content found online. These reports are reviewed by certified content analysts who classify the legality of the material, which is then shared with the National Law Enforcement Agency, and the hotline sends a notice and takedown order to the relevant national hosting provider. Our member hotlines play a very crucial role in the response to CSAM and online child sexual exploitation and abuse by providing these structured and accountable mechanisms at the national level and through the exchange of information interjurisdictionally through the InHope network globally. They ensure that child sexual abuse material is removed from public access as quickly as possible around the world. They serve as this first line of defense against the dissemination of CSAM. However, this task is monumental and ever growing given the sheer volume of harmful material that is circulating online. And this level underscores the importance of the Digital Services Act, especially for our work as a network, as it aims to modernize the rules that govern online platforms and services operating within the EU. And this legislation holds the promise of very significant changes that can impact the landscape of online safety within the EU, especially as it relates to the fight against child sexual abuse material. So one of the key aspects of the DSA are its provisions regarding online platforms' responsibility for content moderation. And under the Act, it looks like platforms will be held more accountable for the content they host, including CSAM Online. We are welcoming the shift towards this increased accountability as InHope and its hotlines, as it means that online service providers will have a greater obligation to detect and remove harmful content from their platforms as soon as possible, which could lead to a more proactive approach in identifying and responding to harmful content. Alongside this responsibility, the DSA also introduces measures to enhance transparency and accountability, which requires online platforms to provide clear and accessible information about both their algorithms and their content moderation practices. And this transparency is going to be crucial for building trust and confidence amongst its users, as well as empowering partner organizations like the InHope Network to support platform accountability in combating harmful material online. And lastly, and most specifically important for the InHope Network, the DSA institutionalizes this trusted flagger status within the European Union. So previously, the priority of reports submitted by trusted flaggers was based almost exclusively on stakeholder relationships between trusted flagger organizations and platforms. With the DSA, the EU has now created this formal legal basis for trusted flagger recognition within the European Union. Trusted flaggers are no longer going to be chosen by the companies themselves, but will instead be selected by the designated authority in the relevant EU member state. And for organizations that work as trusted flaggers in the EU, such as hotlines, this means they will now need to apply to gain the status of trusted flagger as denoted in the DSA. Alongside this, companies will then be required to act on reports that are received from nationally selected trusted flaggers and to treat these notices as with priority and without undue delay of response. InHope member hotlines have been mentioned as potential trusted flaggers to be appointed, and most member hotlines have been priority flaggers appointed directly by platforms before the implementation of the DSA. And so this formalization of this whole process is a welcome change by the InHope network. By strengthening this position of the hotline services within the regulatory framework of the EU, the DSA is going to support hotline ability to effectively combat online harms and promote a safer online environment for users. While the DSA represents a fairly significant step forward within the EU in the battle against online harms, we're all very aware that it's not without its potential challenges, especially on the implementation side. This implementation and the enforcement of the DSA is going to be key to realizing the full potential of the Act, but we are still exploring what the full spectrum of changes will be under the DSA, even with the full implementation deadline being tomorrow. The scope and the actors involved and the actions taken by trusted flaggers and digital services coordinators are still left to be resolved for most member states, and the InHope network is engaging in conversations with the Commission, with hotlines, and with national authorities to understand what implementation will look like on both the national and the EU level. Alongside this, the global nature of both the InHope network and online harms generally means that cooperation and coordination and information sharing must extend beyond the borders of the European Union. And we need to ensure that we are not duplicating efforts in report processing and assessing content going forward. And so international collaboration within and outside of the EU is going to be essential in continuing to address the transnational nature of online exploitation and abuse to ensure a safer internet going forward. So I think to wrap up the DSA, we view as holding great promise for advancing the goals and efforts of the InHope network going forward in combating CSAM online, and is going to be a critical tool in this fight for a cleaner and safer internet. But to ensure effective implementation and collaboration under the Act, we need to continue to have convening discussions like this to share progress and best practices on implementation going forward. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Abby. We will have some additional questions in the end, so if you could stay with us a couple more minutes, it would be great. Meanwhile, I'll invite the next speaker, who you know.
I invite Elena Botezato, Executive Director of the International La Strada Center. La Strada has become part of the InHope, this global network in April 2023. I think, first of all, we're interested for you to tell us what is your experience as a trusted flagger officially, even though until now you were also quite active in this regard. So what are the accomplishments with the ISPs, hosting companies as well as internet providers? We want to find out what is going on at the local level. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy that that the subject of regulating the activity of ISPs, the subject of protection of children and involvement of service providers in ensuring protection of children online is tackled in this international forum. This is a topic which is very important, but also a controversial one, which oftentimes is associated with other topics such as neutrality of the internet network, the right of every user to have access to information and contents on an equal footing on the online environment, but also other topics which are not necessarily relevant when it comes to CSAM, illegal content, which represent an evidence of sexual abuse against a child. I will talk from the perspective of the La Strada experience of managing the hotline and the conclusions that we have drawn in the last year of cooperation with the ISPs. Now, this is a service which functions based on a memorandum of understanding signed with the General Police Inspectorate. We have a cooperation with the Center for Fighting Cybercrime, but also with a number of ISPs, hosting companies, as also telecommunication companies from Moldova. We would not be able to have the results that we've had if we didn't have an efficient cooperation with the partners from Moldova, but also international partners. And I should tell you that in 9 months of activity, we were able to take down more than 5,000 folders, images and videos, which represents children in the explicit sexual environment. Well, I think that this is a good result, and these data are quite alarming, actually. For such a small country, such an extremely high number of reported material. We were able to take them down in cooperation with ISPs from Moldova. And one of the conclusions of this cooperation is about the fact that there is an openness from the ISPs to cooperate. There's an openness to get involved in the removal of the CSAM, an openness to get involved in the initiatives to promote safety online, including prevention activities, which creates impediments sometimes is the lack of a very clear regulatory framework. Because even the cooperation that we are having, it is tailored, adjusted, given certain aspects regarding the companies with whom we work, their policies, if this is a national or international company, whether they have certain social accountability policies or not, and giving all this, the way of cooperation with an ISP is different. Well, the absence of legal framework indeed creates obstacles, and I think that the initiatives at the EU level and the approval of the DSA, its enforcement, as well as transposition, at least partial in Moldova, will create the appropriate environment to make the experience or practices uniform in this domain. What we see as a perspective going forward, what does the transposition of this regulation mean in Moldova from the point of view of protection of children online and cooperation with hosting companies? Well, first of all, it would create certain uniform processes of notification, processes which would be very clearly regulated, meaning what a notification should contain, who can notify. Some institutions will get this trusted flagger status. So we are members of the ENG, and so unofficially we were a trusted flagger, given the processes through which we went, including accreditation and becoming members of this network. Now, once transposed the DSA, and having an authority at the national level, of course, this status will become officialized, and it should be assigned by the national authority, which will ensure the implementation of these legal provisions. Also, from our point of view, the DSA will ensure a clear procedure of reporting and what should the ISP do if they receive notifications about harmful content. And why is this a positive aspect? Because, well, from our experience until now, not always the ISPs know or knew what they should do when they receive this tip. Even if they receive the tip from some partners, from the INHO partners, international partners, somehow they were not recognized. And it wasn't very clear, this mechanism of how long or what are the immediate actions from the time of receipt of such notification or tip. So making this practice uniform, of course, will bring benefits and will contribute to a better protection of children online. When it comes to the hotline that we are managing, if I'm to talk about the impact that the regulation would have on the service managed by La Strada, I think that it would slightly extend the powers of the service, meaning that it will transform itself from a service which initially was about providing support to the law enforcement and provide support in the evaluation and analysis and classification of and streamlining the activity of the specialized units of police. They will turn from this service into a service which will provide support to ISPs as well, in order to help them either conduct the analysis of this material or streamline the process of takedown of illegal content from the online environment. Of course, this process is full of challenges. We don't have practical experience yet. That's why not just after 1 month, but also for 1 or 2 years, we could still talk with our international partners in order to take over the best practice in this regard and to make sure that indeed by 2026 we will have progress when it comes to the at least partial transposition of the DSA. Thank you very much, Elena. Actually, I was just about to say, by 2026, we will have already some new proposals. I mean here ISPs, members of the association, who went to the Minister of Internal Affairs, these proposals, regarding the taking down of online content, or blocking, freezing, or blocking this content. Currently, the law is way too blurred, vague in this regard. And when you have partners, for instance, La Strada, right? Now they are deemed to be trusted flaggers. So service providers should not ask themselves hundreds of times, well, a tip came from an NGO, and then a tip came from La Strada. Of course, La Strada is a trustworthy partner, and they facilitate the process of cooperation. It is much more rapid in terms of response time, and there is also a direct connection with the ISPs. I think you also have a cooperation, right? At least one contact person from every entity. Now, given all this experience, do you think that, and maybe that's a question to Abby as well, well, the role of trusted flagger, could it be implemented a bit earlier, unofficially, in Moldova? I mean, to start certain activities of making information more systematic, reporting. I mean, you know, a ground for the preparation for the implementation of the DSA. I'm giving the floor to Elena, and then maybe if Abby is still with us, you could also answer the question.
I believe that the experience until now with service providers is convincing us of the fact that we already have an unofficial notifies, and I believe that based on these results, the materials are being removed in several hours since the moment when we are reporting on, when informing the suppliers about some content, illegal content on their servers. And I believe that this is an extremely good result, considering that at the international level the statistic is bigger, and that the rate of removal and duration or time it takes to remove the materials can be several days. So I believe we do have already the confidence or the trust of the hosting service providers, and everything is based on the cooperation agreements and the communication we have with them. So what we wish to get is that along with the approval of a legal framework, this will become a uniform practice, a very clear one for all the suppliers, that does not necessarily depend on the bilateral agreements, but which is relevant at the national level for every company working here. We know that for the ICT sector, it is really important to undertake activities that are important for the transposition of the European Union acquis. And the next question is to Valentina. I believe if we do have a clear list of local providers that would fall under the incidence of this regulation, and if we can determine it, if there is no such list, if we can do it in 1 or 1.5 years, to be able to help them implement it when the regulation is transposed, to understand that they are going to be subjects of that. So the regulator provide for the need to establish a database or a list of This is a question with two ends. I was afraid of such a question, but we shall ask it, we shall discuss it. All children are on the social networks. The fact that we are going to have access and be able to impose some obligations to the internet providers and local service providers and hosting ones and so on. Anyway, children all use the networks. What do we do there? So, as mentioned, in the European Union, the intermediary service providers shall register and have a representative, and then the authorities would have someone to talk to. Let's not forget that the regulation is also providing for fines for not observing it, which are really very big, like 6% of the turnover of the previous year, which is quite a lot. In particular, if we admit that one of these subjects are the big ones, which capitalization is bigger than the GDP of almost all the countries in the world. So we're speaking about some ones that are really important and really that you need to have the capacity to interact. The European Commission obviously has this capacity, and the regulation, in addition to this, provides for a supervisory fee, from which I believe these costs are going to be covered, and in case of an eventual litigation, the Commission can afford, including would afford to hire national or international experts of any type to be able to interact with these sharks, so-called. In the case of the Republic of Moldova, the imposition of such norms, in particular for the large and very large suppliers, is quite risky, because in the case of the European Union, we do have that which is the large market, which means very big income for them, like tens, hundreds, and trillions of billions. Moldova does not have such a capacity, so for a very large supplier, we have this danger that shall be examined very carefully when we are going to transpose these requirements, because in essence, in fact, these suppliers are foreign ones, and their compliance with some requirements for a 4 million users market eventually can lead to the fact that the services will just simply be interrupted. So compliance with the norms might cost more than maintaining the service on a certain territory. I believe that in the case of the Republic of Moldova, this topic shall be addressed a bit differently. And the local national authority that's going to be applied with the engagement of the government shall have a mechanism of interaction with these suppliers. It is quite difficult. It's on the edge. We shall be very careful in the transposition of these norms and imposition of requirements. So I believe this comment can come also from the local service providers, because when it comes along with a number of new requirements, what is being done to help these providers to have this capacity to implement the new requirements and to adapt to these requirements. Elena was mentioning about a potential partial transposition of the regulation. Mr. Kushka, maybe you can speak about this. Do you think it's worth, let's say, transposing it partially, piece by piece, this being very complex, to start, let's say, only with the provisions referring to child protection and only later cover other regulations or other priorities? I believe that when we start analyzing the impact in the context of drafting the national draft law, we will have to analyze very carefully all these aspects, including the staged transposition. But first of all, for sure, we are going to transpose the obligations that refer to the removal of the content, identification and removal of harmful content, but with more details I cannot come at the moment, because these are going to be known during the impact assessment process. Thank you very much. I would say we shall give the possibility to those in the room to ask questions if they have any questions to those in front of you. If you have questions, I will approach you immediately. Otherwise, we have a coffee break now. But you have a question. Good. Yes, hello. I have this curiosity. I don't know if AB is with us still.
So you have, if I remember well, 54 call centers in 50 countries. Can you please give us some numbers? Like, for example, the average number of calls that you pick up per day or per year, and the percentage of those that are actionable, that prove to be actionable, so that to have a dimension of the phenomenon and the reporting phenomenon versus what happens in reality.
Yes, of course. I think one key clarification, in-hope member hotlines are not technically call centers. Those would be helplines which accept calls on a variety of different contents. Totally fine. So the hotlines are accepting reports, usually in the form of URLs from the public, which delineate content found on the public web that the public believes is illegal. So if I can direct us back to 2022, we exchanged 587,000 of these content URLs between in-hope hotlines. And this means that hotlines received a report of content, they reviewed the content, and then having assessed this content and determined the hosting location, this content URL was inserted into our platform, which is called ICCAM, to be exchanged between hotlines within the network. So going to the statistics, 68% of these 530-some thousand reports were classified as illegal and actionable. 2022. Our 2023 numbers will only be available in March. And then 84% of this illegal content was of material that had never been seen before by hotline analysts.
Okay, if I could ask a follow-up question. So essentially 32% were non-actionable. In other words, let's say roughly they were flagged, but it turned out that that content was okay, roughly speaking. Now, what is the impact of those reportings on people that convey content that turns out to be okay?
Would you be meaning the response given to the reporters or some other sort of impact?
Okay, I mean, somebody flags the content, and upon examination, that content turns out to be perfectly fine. Now, the person or the company or the provider that was flagged, my question is that conveyor of that content, does it have any deleterious effects on the fact that it was reported, yet it turned out that the content was okay?
There will be no negative effects on the reporters. There will be a clarification by the hotline of this content was found to not be illegal, to try and explain to the public what content should be reported and what should not.
Okay, so it is, let's say, it's a learning process, it's a mutually learning process, and then after some time, it's some sort of wiki kind of learning process in which hopefully after some time, a clear separation can gradually be extracted from all these reports. Thank you very much.
Elena, I believe you wanted to add something. Yes, just a brief comment here. I believe that the challenge here refers to the legal framework that is different in each country, what is illegal in Germany might be legal in Moldova, and hence we can register much bigger number of reported materials which have been classified by our colleagues as being illegal, but having analyzed them repeatedly in Moldova, we see that these do not represent illegal material according to our legislation, so thus we have no right to request the removal of this. And here is those tens and thousands and reports coming on which we cannot undertake any action. The conclusion we came to during these years of activity refers to the need to make changes in the legislation in order to be sure that these are in line with those European standards, which refer also to the directive of the European Union, to have more clarity in what regards the illegal content and material that represents sexual abuse against a child, and that this definition is uniform to the provisions of the legislation in other countries. That would be a first step that would ensure a balance, or would ensure the fact that the illegal materials, are illegal everywhere, to ensure coherence.
I just want to add to what Abby and Lena have said, and I want to address your point. You know, if everything was black and white, or yin and yang, it would be so easy, you know, very clear lines, very easy to understand. The thousands and thousands and thousands of reports that hotlines get every year, and law enforcement gets every year, and trust and safety teams in companies get every year, that are not illegal, but may breach terms and services, terms and conditions of the company, and they are companies trying to make a dollar. So it's up to them to make decisions in relation to them. I'll give you a very good example. When you look at the definition of child sexual abuse material in the directives, you'll find that it is where a clear child, where a child is involved in a sex act, or where there is a concentration on the anal or genital region of the child. And that is illegal. However, if abuse series were that simple, so in other words, every image was the child being abused, or was the child concentration on the anal or genital region of the child, then that's fine. But unfortunately, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of images of the child taken. Some of them are a movie, hours and hours of movies of this child during the abuse. And some of those images will be the child going to school, or some of those images will be the child brushing their teeth. And this is not illegal. However, hotline analysts and law enforcement and the trust and safety people in the companies will know that this is a victim of child abuse. Because we know the child. We know what they look like. We know that this is the same child, that in this picture it's illegal, but this one is not. But surely a company would like to know this. Because what we get is a website, because the criminals and the people who have a sexual interest in children and who want access to this material, they will create a website that contains nothing but legal pictures of this child. And the other people who have this interest, they will know, because they'll know the child. And they will know what's available behind the shop window. So in the window they advertise the child brushing her teeth, but in the background we know what's there. So you understand about this? Yeah. So the impact, the 22.6 million reports that were made to NECMEC last year, for example, the impact of them on down the line, further down the line, on companies, on whoever, those 22 million, there's no way that each of them involves a house search, each of them involves an arrest, each of them involves somebody being put before the courts. No way. Each of them is simply criminal intelligence that allows the police to make the next judgment call. And it basically gives them reasonable suspicion that this is existing. So that's this way flowing. In relation to the hotlines, the hotline analysts make the decision as to whether it is illegal or not. And you talk about a wiki it is, I mean, I don't know, hotlines are in existence. How long now, Abby? Have hotlines been in existence?
Since 1999.
Okay, since 1999. It's a long time, and it's a knowledge base and a knowledge foundation that is transferred to the latest member. I mean, are you the newest hotline? Is La Strada the newest hotline in the network? One of the newest.
The fourth newest.
Yeah, okay, so it's one of the newest. They get all of that knowledge that's in existence since 1999. So as a wiki, yeah, as a transfer of knowledge, mostly over beer, it's great. Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll finalize this panel by saying that nothing is black and white. și cu siguranță că avem foarte multe.
And certainly we have a lot of work to do when we speak about child protection online. One of the steps that the Republic of Moldova could undertake is the transposition of the Digital Services Act, and before that could undertake a number of legislative amendments that could facilitate the cooperation between La Strada and the local providers, and in future to try and address including those problems, like, for example, the cooperation of the Republic of Moldova with the international platforms and the big social networks, where the Republic of Moldova shall get the possibility to say, to express their voice, to be able to remove the online content where children might be exposed to certain risks. So thank you very much for your attention. We understand we have a brief coffee break, so let's stick to the program. Thank you very much to Abby, Andrea, and obviously to those present physically in the room with us. Wish you a great international forum further on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the speakers of this panel and those who were with us remotely. Thanks to the moderator. It's true we do have a brief coffee break, and those who didn't manage to see our exhibition of drawings, please, you can do it now. See you back at 11:40.
Stimați invitați,
Dear invitees, in 1 minute we are starting the next session.
Stimați invitați,
Dear invitees, the next session for discussion refers to a topic that is more frequently discussed in the public space as digital literacy, about education activity aimed at preventing the risks and encouraging positive use of technologies by children. In this sense, we are planning to analyze the EU-wide policies on digital literacy and online safety. And the moderator of this panel is Daniel Funeriu, the high-level advisor for the Ministry of Education. Mr. Funeriu, let me first introduce several aspects from your career. Daniel Funeriu is a researcher by background. In 1989, he gets this scientific degree of PhD in chemistry, and then in 2009 becomes a member of the European Parliament, and the same year Minister of Education, Research and Youth of Romania. During 2012-14, he is high-level advisor of the level of minister to the President Traian Băsescu. In the recent years, Daniel Funeriu is high-level advisor of the European Union in the field of education under the government of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you. Hello, and thank you very much for the presentation. I believe that my main position is to be a close friend of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1045, a person named Gutenberg has revolutioned the world, the Western world, by his invention of a printer, the book that was afterwards spread in the Western world at that time, thanks to his invention of Gutenberg, was the main progress factor of the Western society. The invention, Gutenberg's invention, called the Western society, met around the birth year of Da Vinci in a century of Renaissance that represented a historical leap accelerated by the presence and existence of the books being spread. The first printed book was the Bible. That was the main source of knowledge at that time. 500 later, in the 90s, an invention equally important, like the printers, if not even more important, appeared in our lives. We're speaking about Internet here. The Internet caught the Western society in a century of its development that is very different from the Renaissance period. The Renaissance period is characterized by the surge of the Western society of creating material and spiritual heritage. That is why we are who we are now, because during the Renaissance it was started what is called the Renaissance. In the 90s, when Internet appeared, the Western society that got to a remarkable level of development was maybe in a period in which it was looking for, before the creation of goods and assets, was looking for, let's say, a leisure activity, and this tool like internet was started being used for the transmission of this knowledge, as well as, or mainly, for leisure time. This is the reality, and if we look how much of the internet is used for relaxation purpose and how much is used for knowledge, we'll see that this fabulous vehicle that is the internet brings most of the people towards leisure and relaxation, which is not necessarily bad. So now, along with the democratization of internet, we got including to a phenomenon that the philosophers of today, starting from Neil Ferguson and up to Pierre-Henri Vaillot from Paris, are calling a pollution of the deliberative space. The deliberative space started being polluted with a number of things. The value of truth of those said by an expert in medicine from Harvard in front of millions of users of internet became to be equal to the value of truth of an influencer of 17 years that has no idea about medicine when speaking about medicine. So the first point here that I would like to point out is this the phenomenon of informational obesity takes place. Our task is to work. The task of children is to have fun. This is what they are looking for, and that's normal. This is what we were doing at their age. But simply nowadays, this informational obesity, this pollution of the deliberative space, risks to leave children alone in front of the screen, which has a mental authority over the children, equally important, if not even more important than the teacher in school, than the authority of the parent. And then the key word that under which I would like to place this discussion, this key word is discernment, because I believe we have to be very realistic. In my family, for example, we have 6 adolescents. A family that has a very good material condition. We take care of the children. Of these 6 adolescents, 4 have been victims, potential victims, of some online aggression, and one of them was in a situation which was not at all pleasant because of the fact that he almost became this kind of victim. Can you imagine what happens there in nature, in situations when maybe not all the children have the same parental resources? So I will stop this brief introduction, considering that this part of the debate is really important. Getting to the second key word, which is prevention. When you realize that something bad happened, often it's too late. It is tough to say this, but maybe many of us here know people who have been abused in childhood, and we see what are the dramatic effects of these things over their lives. Their life is not necessarily better if the one who have committed these offenses was punished. This does not repair. And then, in addition to the need to have this discernment, I believe that we need to look at prevention. And I will conclude my introduction, maybe a bit too long, but still I miss talking, and I wanted to share with you these thoughts which got crystallized, both TikTok or the others, narrators in Romanian language. 35. So here is the task we have. And before opening this discussion and inviting here the participants, I would say that the laws are just pieces of paper. that I don't think any adolescent is reading. But what is always is in the heads of the adolescent is the discernment with which he was empowered. And who can empower children better than the family and school? A reason for which I believe it's really very important in this context to talk about digital literacy, the prevention of risks online, and I'm glad I see here this word prevention, which is key, and encouraging the positive use of technologies by the children. And here I would like to make a brief translation. What does it mean, the positive use? I would say a bit differently. I would say to use the internet to go towards knowledge, to move towards knowledge, to create this social reflex, this dynamic in the society of the knowledge. What at the first can be an obligation, just setting some rules for the children, and gradually, step by step, for the child to say, I'm going in the internet for look for knowledge. Will it happen? No, not immediately. It will take years, maybe tens of years, to get to that moment, but we shall get there. And the main are in the Ministry of Education, a reason for which I have the pleasure to invite here the State Secretary Adriana Cazacu, the PhD in philology, professor at the university, and often we have some philological discussions because the father is one of the most famous philologists, Romanian philologist. And I would like to invite also Viorica Andritsky. So, Mrs. Andritsky has a key mission for the future of the children in the Republic of Moldova. Mrs. Andritsky is leading the newly established National Institute for Education and Leadership, which is, and Mrs. Andritsky can make out of it, the nervous system of training the teaching staff in the Republic of Moldova, because the ministers are coming and leaving, the experts are coming and leaving, state secretaries, Mrs. Cazacu, coming and going, but the teachers are staying. And then, Mrs. Andritsky, you have this important role. And I'd like to invite Diana Miron. Mrs. Miron, please. On behalf of UNICEF Moldova, Program Coordinator for Youth Adolescent Development. I don't know how you cope. I have problems with 6 adolescents, but if you coordinate all of them, that's a big task. Lots of success. Amy Crocker, who is online. I don't know if is already connected with us, but we'll give the floor to Amy, being the representative of ECPAT International, and which is a network, or Amy is the head of child protection and technology at ECPAT International. That is a global network with 125 NGOs from 104 countries. And we are going to have with us also online Carl Hopwood, who is a safety consultant, member of the Council of Great Britain for Child Safety Online, and member of the Safety Board in Great Britain. And if I may, I would like to take my place next to the ladies, and we'll start by in a couple of seconds.
Okay, State Secretary Ms. Cazacu, what can you tell us about the way the Ministry of Education sees or looks at this phenomenon, and how does the Ministry of Education understands now at the grassroots where it matters to try to make children, if you allow me, teach them, have more discernment, to have more insights and what to do to protect them. Honored Mr. Funeru, thank you for the question. And first of all, thank you for the dialogue, for such a brilliant opening statement, which gave the tone. It's brilliant what you said, but it's also make you think. You asked a number of questions that we need to answer. And the question that you asked me, of course, critical thinking and digital competence, these are very important skills for a person of living in the 21st century. Now, we at the Ministry of Education, we focus to create these skills in youth. Obviously, it is not easy, and our position is sometimes, ungrateful. It's a specific work. We have to take steps. We develop normative framework because Ministry of Education, first of all, is a central authority responsible for the development of documents in the area of education. But also, it is much more complicated to enforce, to monitor, to implement them. And then on top of that, internet or our life, everything changes with the speed of light, and it's hard to catch up. Challenges are changing from one day to the other in the online environment. The threats are changing from one day to the other. We have to be able to educate children in such a way that they are actually able to live up to this challenge. I have some notes. Oh, by the way, one more important thing from the very outset. I was saying that we develop normative framework, and when it comes to the implementation, we have a trusted partner, a very serious partner, big help to the ministry during these years. This is International Central La Strada. They offer us an extremely precious support in the implementation of these policies that we are developing. Now, the key document that we have developed lately regarding this topic is, or are, standards for the protection and safety of children online. Now, these standards have been approved in 2022, but in August 2021 and May 2022, they have been piloted in 6 schools. And then, based on this piloting, International Central La Strada has developed a study regarding the way of implementation, regarding the way the implementation of these standards or what was done in that piloting period, whether that somehow changed the thinking, the knowledge, the skills of the children. Well, the authors of the study provide specific recommendations to the Ministry of Education for the teaching staff and for all of those involved in this process. Now, there's one more thing here to mention about this safe internet standards. When we develop certain policy documents, we correlate them to the European policies, we align them to the European ones, and we also have a commitment. Moldova has a commitment in relation to the EU. First of all, these internet school standards, they align with Lanzarote Convention ratified by Moldova in 2012. And its implementation is a commitment for the country. Of course, it correlates with the SDGs, and here I talk about SDG 4, quality education, but also number 16, stopping abuse, neglect, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence and torture of children. Also, it is correlated with the European strategy for a better, safer internet for children, which is a key document in the European space, and this document has been approved in 2022, just as the Lanzarote Convention. And the European Framework for Education, education institutions competent online, but also recommendations of ministers for the promotion of education on digital citizenship, through which member states of the Council of Europe, but also the Republic of Moldova, are encouraged to review their law and to align it to the policies and practice to promote digital citizenship. After these standards, we have developed methodological guidelines. We have such an algorithm which we respect in all the situations regarding the safety and security online of children while being educated remotely. Well, this highlights, these guidelines, they proved that they are very needed during the pandemic, specifically because at the time we became aware how important are those and how important in the safety and security of children online. So we're talking about remote education, but also online. And these methodological guidelines, they somehow provided for the way teaching staff should be involved, but also the management should be involved to ensure safety and security of children online, remotely, but also online, while being trained. Now, when it comes to the topic, I would also mention the last curricula that was developed in 2018-2019, where we have included topics regarding safety online as part of a number of mandatory subject matters and optional matters. Here we talk about technological education. There we have module digital education. It is being taught from grade 1 to 9. And then personal development, we have the personal security module, safety module, and then IT and foreign languages. We have modules related to safety online in the media education. This is a optional discipline, module multimedia and the new media in the child's life and its effects. Now, getting back to in the previous panel, there was this question, and we, with La Strada International Center, we have signed a number of memoranda. The first one was signed. It's a cooperation agreement in 2015, and it has been extended twice. And the last one was signed in 2023. With the support and assistance of International La Strada Center, we have developed a number of teaching materials for the teachers, but also for parents. And here I would like to mention a couple of those. Specifically, we have developed these resources for the primary and gymnasium cycles. Here I mean the guideline on the safety of children online, as well as for teachers at a primary cycle, and the same guideline, but it just goes for the gymnasium cycle. We have developed scenarios of activities. We have developed information flyers for the activities with parents about safety online. We have developed an implementation guideline of the standards that I referred to earlier, a guideline for the professionals regarding the intervention in case of online violence, a book, a leaflet talking to the parent, best practice guideline to implement standards for the protection and safety of children and of pupils, and a guideline for the online safety coordinators in the general education institutions. We have such people who do that. Now, besides the normative framework, we also have a range of awareness and information activities. Every year in the first week of February, when we celebrate the International Safety Day, in the general education institutions in Moldova, we organize and we conduct activities. The ministry submits a letter in this regard, and we are told how these activities unfolded. As part of these activities, we are involving parents. For instance, after the implementation of the standards, about 12,000 parents have received information materials about specific aspects of child online safety at various age groups. It's 6 to 10, 11, 13, and 14 plus. All of them have been developed by the professionals, together with the ministry and together with International Center La Strada. Of course, a lot of activities cover children, and beneficiaries were about 35,000 children participating in these activities. With the support of another partner, very important partner, UNICEF and La Strada, we have prepared some video lessons with various 12 video lessons for 6 content units. These are subjects of importance, and they help. They come to support teachers in order to train them for teaching. This year, on February 6, 2024, on the International Day of Online Safety, we have launched an awareness campaign called "It's More Than an Image, It's an Abuse," in partnership with La Strada as well. And the whole purpose of this campaign is to increase the degree of awareness of children and of teachers and of parents regarding the risks. And of course, we are trying hard to teach children for them to be able to identify the threats, and parents, teachers, on how to be able to tackle. I think we're able to do this. You talk about prevention. We're trying to inform children, for children to be educated and trained in this regard, all of the beneficiaries and parents and teachers. And if it happens, then they should be able to identify cases, how to report them, to whom to report them, and then the adults, they have to know how to react in all of these situations. All right, so Ministry of Education and Research, they are the co-organizers of the International Competition for Children, Together for the Better Internet. We have lots of resources placed on the website of the Ministry, placed on the website siguronline.md. And in 2023, we have conducted and organized a lot of trainings with teachers. I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about these trainings. In various sessions, we had various teachers. There was a round table on the implementation of standards, a number of conferences, 3 national conferences, trainings. Like, for instance, in a workshop, we've had 4,000 teachers. But we have a lot of activities. So we have developed a number of resources which have been in the meantime tested, because we are at the beginning of the path in this regard, and then later on they were validated as well. All right, so dear participants, dear colleagues, I spoke a lot and I mentioned all of these activities. Of course, we are aware of the fact that more needs to be done to protect our children, and for all of us to be safe in this space, a space which is a bit unsure. I would compare it to the moving sands. I hope. So it's good that I have colleagues here from the Ministry of Education who are involved in these activities. If you have questions, we will gladly answer those. Thank you. Thank you, State Secretary. Now, Ms. Andritsky Viorica, as I was saying in my introductory remarks, you have on your shoulders a huge responsibility, which is to make sure that in this country we put in front of the children people who know how to do 4 things: to give them content, to inoculate a method to structure the internet, because the contents without structure and without the method, as my grandmother in Ardal was saying, this is a mess. 3, to create an emotional experience of education, to associate content, to associate the structure which is delivered in the classroom with an emotional experience which should be positive. And the 4th thing, that teachers that you will train in bigger numbers is the fact that they should be able to transfer to children the capacity to operationalize the knowledge, to use the intellectual structure and the emotional experience received so that they can solve in their life problems that are not present in the manual. The life doesn't tell you when you are at odds with your wife that you have to use problem number 5 on page 13. And then the question is, what I want to hear from you is what do you think, or how do you think, or what do you plan to have as activities in your institute to equip the teachers coming in front of the children with all of these capabilities to increase the insights of the child and prevent all of this, the perception of children, and prevent all of this? And before giving you the floor, from what the State Secretary said, I understand that we have to do our utmost to increase the vigilance of teachers, parents, and children. At the same time, while we become more vigilant, we have to be very careful not to create a psychosis. You have to be vigilant, but you should not fall prey to the psychosis. Look, most of the content on the internet is a very correct content. And then the mouse, the clicker must be very well pointed so that we can take advantage of what we have online, but to be vigilant to what internet can do to us, basically harm us. Please go ahead. Honored Mr. Funerio, colleagues, I'm happy to be here at this beautiful event which actually highlights what La Strada is doing to take care of our children, and for the support that goes to the teachers in the educational system in order to protect and ensure the safety of children online. We know, look, in December is the first month of the winter, and everybody knows that it is possible that in December it could snow. The first snow that comes in December finds us unprepared, without winter tires, without winter clothing, and with snowed-in roads. The same thing became apparent in the pandemic. The pandemic highlighted once again that our children, but also the adults, have been building their lives online. And this aspect highlighted the importance of very important activities in all of the areas so that we can prevent, as is the name of the panel, and to react to things which could happen in the online environment. We have to appreciate the efforts of the International Center La Strada, and specifically the comprehensive approach of this phenomenon. La Strada comes not just with the standards where they say what needs to be done, but they come with resources for all the categories of factors, and for the principals, and for the teachers, and for the psychologists, and for the parents, even parents. Well, including with useful resources in this regard. It is just an example to tackle things in a comprehensive and targeted manner on issues that our children are faced with. If we talk about National Institute for Education and Leadership, which, as you were saying, Mr. Funerio, wants to become a center of synergy, a center which should join the efforts of all of the stakeholders from the education institution, but also the community and the partners, so that our child feels safe, protected, better trained, and more prepared for life. What is this? If you look at the education online, our institute can help La Strada when it comes curricula approaches for initial and ongoing training of teachers, but also not only curricula, but also methodological resources, but also programs targeted to train teachers so that they are better prepared to prevent and react in certain situations, and not just teachers, but also psychologists and parents. So we can be involved when it comes to the preparation of studies after the standards have been implemented. We could come up with studies to understand to what extent we have provided for these things and what could follow next. And I was saying before that this institute, this National Institute for Education Leadership, has joined human resources from a number of organizations and institutions from Moldova. All of those who were involved in the activity conducted by the International Centrul La Strada, and we're still involved in supporting this this initiative for children and for us. All right, and now, thank you. There's a couple of questions after all of the participants have finished. Ms. Miron, UNICEF Moldova. I think all kids know about UNICEF. You know why? You know why kids know about UNICEF? Our efforts are seen, right? All kids know about UNICEF because Barcelona has UNICEF imprinted on their jerseys. It's on their T-shirts. It's right, it's UNICEF. So, children aged 10, 12 years old, from a village, they don't come to a conference. But they look at Messi, how Messi is playing. And I'm saying it because in English you have this beautiful statement. I don't know if it's in Romanian. I don't know. I have to talk the talk. Yeah, but we have to walk the walk. So, well, I believe that one of the means through which Ms. Kazako, and it's remarkable, if you read documents, there's a lot of effort, a lot of thinking behind it. It is not just copy-paste, and these are very intelligent and serious things. But they have to get to people. And the means through which you can get them to people, to teachers, to children, to where it matters, because the reform and education matters. It matters in the classroom. Why am I talking about Barcelona and Messi? I believe we have to be very open, very innovative, very creative, not to be afraid to use very unconventional means and ways, unpaved roads if you want to reach to these people, to these children. What can you tell us about what you do? And my interest as a pragmatic person, what you do, I can find online. People can find online everything you do. But how do you do it so that what you do goes beyond the walls of your office, just like what Ms. Kazako does and the Ministry in general does? It should go beyond the walls of the ministry, goes beyond the government of building. And this is a point of discussion. This is essential. This is critical. Thank you so much for the question.
I was thinking while you were awarding this thought about the fact that by means of all the efforts that UNICEF has undertaken, we are trying to change the behavior of people or attitudes, but we are trying to get to them both directly, both via the Minister of Education, for example, because We have them here, and the role of the school. You talked about the role of the school. So we all know that the school is the environment in which children spend most of the time, around 6 or 8 hours per day they are in school. And that is why the school is the place where they discuss with their friends. They are participating in talking to the teachers, different extracurricular activities. And I would like to speak about the fact that there is the place where that behavior is outlined, that behavior and attitudes they have later. Speaking about the topic we are addressing today, abuse and sexual exploitation online, I would say that as others said yesterday and today, this phenomenon is really complex. And we believe that the educational system, we, the UNICEF, the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, I've seen representatives here, representatives of the Ombudsman's Office for Children, we have mechanisms to contribute to the prevention of this phenomenon. Speaking about the fact that the academic environment, I believe that the most important resource that we have is the human one, are the teachers, the ones that, in addition to the fact that are educating, are trying to address sensitive issues during the lessons, during their extracurricular activities. They are also the ones who shall be able to notice the changes in the behavior of children, changes that can be associated to risks of use of internet, but also be prepared to intervene, to assess, to help, to refer, and to monitor the children that underwent different negative experiences online. I looked through the most recent studies that were made on this segment, and according to the most recent study that was done by our partners in the International Central La Strada about the behavior and risks of children online, children are very badly informed about what they do when facing an unpleasant situation online. Although 41% of them were very angry with what happened to them online, only 1/4 decided to speak about this to a teacher or a parent. And only 1%, and I want to emphasize, just 1% of children who did undergo this unpleasant experience online decided to speak to the specialists who are empowered or have to protect children of any form of abuse. And I'm referring here to police officers, social assistants, and others. So here my question to all those present. I don't know if we managed to engage those online, but at least those present here. Why do you think children and adolescents do not want to speak to us, the adults, parents, adults, teachers, or those working with them about what they go through when navigating in the internet? Mics, they don't use the mic. Maybe they are afraid of repercussions, about punishment. Exactly. We, from time to time, are carrying out different activities with children. We are talking to them, to the adolescents. Within the activities we are carrying out, we're addressing this issue too. So we're trying to find out from them what are exactly the obstacles or needs for us to be able to understand how to address them in the programs we developed. And as you notice, what they say is about the fear of punishment, shame, and this is also about the feeling that we are speaking different languages, and they believe that we, the adults, do not understand what they're speaking about. Or maybe also because they are afraid of looking stupid, that this happened to them. Maybe. Could be, no? Yes, the fear of punishment, the fear of the reaction of the parents, shame, and so on. So that is why I was thinking that the main message I would like to pass today to all those working with and for children is that we need not just teachers when speaking now about educational system, but we also need those working in the social assistance, service providers, and we parents, we have to be informed, or as we say, in a very cool way, updated to what is happening in the online world, to know exactly what our children are doing, how they use the internet, and what are the benefits that internet brings to them, because the benefits are really multiple, and also what are the risks, because when we wish to talk to them about what happens to them online, we need to be prepared and be able to provide support correctly and constructively. And I would also say that we need a safe space, an open space between us, the adults, and children, for them to feel safe, for them to have this feeling that they are listened to, they are heard and understood, to support them without blaming them, without making them feel being judged or criticized for what they've done. And now the last part of the question, when you asked us what are we doing in UNICEF to address this phenomenon, we are trying to address the problem in a systemic manner. And I would like to speak a little bit about the project we have together with La Strada. We are trying to consolidate this mechanism of prevention and protection of boys and girls against sexual violence online. We are supporting the empowerment of specialists from the first line, for them to have theoretical knowledge and practical skills, as well as to know how exactly to identify and report sexual violence online. And we're also providing support to the education institutions you've mentioned here, the implementation of standards with regard to online safety of children, as also we contribute to ensuring the functionality of the mechanism that was recently launched, national reporting mechanism of materials with sexual content. And more recently, we've started in partnership with the Behavioral Insights team from the UK, and we are drafting a study by which we wish to point the attention to the social norms, the barriers that the young people face when needing to discuss and report, first of all, the unpleasant experience online, and what makes them not call on the specialists or professionals in this case. And following these conclusions, we will certainly try to continue develop further on different initiatives that would empower the young people, first of all, with knowledge and skills, to use the internet in a very responsible manner, in a positive manner, and to promote further, to support the promotion of existing services in the Republic of Moldova, where they can call and to know what services they can benefit of. Thank you. Thank you very much. Having listened to you, just an issue came to my mind, and it's not the time of questions now, but I just wanted to ask so that we manage to reflect on it and think about it. The Constitution of the Republic of Moldova, and not just it, if you read the Constitution of Romania, also of France, the same, speaks at Article 35 about the right to education, which is ensured by means of the schools. Remember the word education. In Article 48, the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova speaks about the family and tells us the following, and I'm citing here: the family is built by means of the freely made association between men and women. They are equality in rights, and the right, attention here, on the right of the parents to ensure the education and bringing up of children, as well as training the child. What do I want to emphasize here? The Constitution said that the role of school is to teach us the theory of Pythagoras, about Stefan cel Mare, and so on. The role of the family is to educate. So there are two different words used here. Obviously, between learning and education, there is no barrier. Obviously, we cannot say that here learning is over and education starts. Obviously, there is an area in which the two are interconnected, and we all know this, so you don't need to be a genius to know it. Still, the Constitution tells very carefully the role of school is to teach or the role of the family is to educate. So the state cannot interfere into a family, because this is what we're speaking about when we speak about freedoms. And then, in the first part of my discussion, I told you about the need to create this dynamic in the society of learning and educating, to create in the society set of knowledge, of skills, of attitudes towards education, so that we in the family can help the children, engage them in the learning process that are delivered by the school, but all these competencies to be vigilant but not be psychotic, for all this to come naturally. Why did I want to necessarily mention this? Because you, La Strada, and very many NGOs, you do not assume this obligation that the ministry is doing of teaching, of learning. You can go even beyond delivering this learning, education. You cannot go into the house of the person and educate him or her. But you have this role of covering that area of transition between the learning delivered in school, because this is what the school is supposed to do, to teach him the truths and to pass the information about the civilization. The role of the family is different, is complementary, but in my head of an engineer, your role of La Strada is neither to substitute school nor to substitute the family, but to ensure a permeability between these two. And I believe that when we are setting the role of each one very clearly, we have many more chances to fulfill our objective. This is just an idea that came to my mind when listening to you, and maybe when we get to the discussion part, if I'm not thrown out of the room, we can discuss it. But let's go on, and we have now the intervention online of Amy Crocker. Amy, are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes.
I will be sharing some slides. I hope they work. But just to say that this has been a really rich discussion. I'd like to thank the Ministry and La Strada for inviting us to be part of this. And I look forward to the discussion. I will share some slides. Do you see these?
Yes,
you do. Perfect. Okay. So I will go straight to the point of the discussion today, and really thank you. I mean, the conversation has really led me to have some reflections upon this really important topic, and to think about the social dynamic of learning and education, which I think is a really interesting point. Because indeed, I guess the 4 points I want to touch upon are how education can be understood in many ways. It's not just taking place in one way, in one environment, such as in a school. It's essential, of course, but it can't solve this challenge alone, particularly when we think about sexual abuse and exploitation. We know this is one of many, many risks and challenges that young people face online and in their lives. And we need to find a way to put our response to that in the context of digital education. I think the third point I would like to make is that the way we design education must be informed by the experiences of all children. So children of different genders, ages, etc. And I think previous speakers have very much spoken about this. If we think about the general comment number 25 to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, of course, this talks about the full range of children's rights in the digital environment, but it also talks about the age and maturity of the child. And I think when we think about education, this is also a crucial point. And, I'll touch on some of the data that we as ECPAT have worked with partners to create. But essential, I think, is that education must reflect children's lived realities, and that adds to its value. And I think a lot of the data shows that to be true. So I want to start with one point, which I'm sure, I imagine all of you would agree with me, that we must start with listening to children and understanding their digital lives, their experiences in their offline lives and in their online lives, so that we can better shape our educational response and have a better conversation with them about the challenges that they face. We've done various pieces of research. One I just want to touch upon is from some conversations of survivors of online child abuse and exploitation. We had some conversations, and as you will all know, young people have many ideas for how they think the online environment should be and could be safer. And here are just some of the examples that they gave in terms of relating to consent, how people can see their information, who can contact them. But also they talk about wanting more advice and more knowledge and more support. And of course, the role of education here is absolutely essential. In early April, we will launch the results of a new survey. A new project we've carried out in 15 countries, including 10 countries in the European Union. This is a project called Voice. You see the partners. And so I can't share more of the data, but I wanted to bring this in today because it's really important to the point of education. What we've seen from the focus group discussions we've had with children in 10 countries in Europe and across the world is that we see huge knowledge gaps about online safety and about how children can seek support. But we also see a real interest and a value that children place on receiving good digital safety education. And just a real snapshot of some of the things that have surprised us, that children feel very responsible for their own safety online. And I think to the point from the colleague from UNICEF, I think also perhaps their level of tolerance for risk is quite high these days because of the amount of information they see, but they somehow feel responsible, which I think is something that is interesting to address in an educational context. They ask for education to start from a much younger age. They think it's really important the younger children are supported. And they want education that goes beyond basic information, such as about passwords, etc. They also value digital safety education, but want it to be relevant. So, for example, if videos have, an older man in there as your perfect, typical perpetrator, they want that to actually reflect the reality of what we know about abuse and exploitation that is taking place online. I want to also bring in some of our work around looking at the sexual exploitation of boys, for the reason that, again, another really valuable point I think about education is that not all children are the same, and that reflecting the lived realities of children of different genders and identities is really essential in helping the education system detect problems and respond to them in an appropriate way. And just to give you some examples here of research we carried out with survivors of sexual exploitation and abuse around the world. I should say these are not survivors specifically of online abuse, but I think they're interesting to bring to the discussion today because children talk about trying to seek help within schools and acting out in bad ways, hoping that a teacher or someone at the school will ask them what's happening, and really going on for months and months and months and not getting that support. And often what we found is because often teachers don't look for signs in boys in the same way that they look for signs in girls. So I just wanted to point that out. I think it's a really interesting point. The other thing about education, I think, when we talk about sexual exploitation and abuse is realizing that we must confront some difficult truths and some difficult realities of how offending is taking place now, today. The perpetrators, from our research and from a lot of research that has come out, are often people that children know. Children are increasingly involved in displaying harmful sexual behavior in sharing images, in producing images themselves, and we have to have these conversations and build those into the education conversations that are being had in schools. And as mentioned before, we know that child sexual abuse and exploitation online is often not in isolation, and that it's part of a broader set of violence issues and social issues that might be affecting the child. So I think some of those conversations are difficult to have, but I think possibly building those into the dialogue with children will support perhaps their help-seeking behavior. Of course, we know from a snapshot of a survey carried out by We Protect Global Alliance last year, we have enough data now to know that this is a challenge and that young people across the globe are experiencing in relatively high numbers some forms of online exploitation and abuse. I wanted to also draw here on, before we go to the other colleagues, on the fact that we also know, and we've heard some amazing examples from the speakers already today, that digital education can work. And picking up on the point around content, structure, and method, absolutely. I think we need to find the right approach to engaging children in an interesting way in discussing their safety online. So it has to be varied, integrated into the school environment. I think that was mentioned by the ministry, involving children, but also the teachers, also the parents, also others, and understanding that different groups, whether children with disabilities or boys or girls or others, will probably have different needs and sensitivities to address. And then looking at all the different skills that can be taught, you know, and we've heard about, you know, critical thinking, digital civility, because often, you know, when thinking about prevention, we're really talking to children about relationships, about how we behave to each other, and that translates into how they behave online. And of course, I think some of the research shows that education about sex and sexuality can also be built into education about social norms, also linked to education about preventing substance abuse. So it doesn't have to be standalone education, but can actually be integrated, as we've heard, into many, many different types of education. I'll quickly go on. I think clearly it's a key preventive measure. We need robust policies that enforce and support the integration of digital safety education across all areas. And also, you know, thinking about prevention, I often think, you know, that it involves technologies and it involves humans. I think there was a comment about the human at the heart. This is a sort of human element, and I absolutely agree. But we also need to be thinking about how the platforms that children are using can do better to prevent certain types of harm. So to conclude, as ECPAD International, and I think that all of you, I hope, will agree that we must prioritize listening to children and actually engaging them in how they think education can work better for them to prevent abuse online, but also in general about their digital lives. We need to root the conversation in the real world realities of children, about the things they're experiencing in their real lives. And I think crucially, we need to find more accessible, more diverse ways for children to report, to disclose, and to seek help, so that they can get the help they need when things do go wrong. I think I will stop there, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Amy, and I'm very glad that you touch upon the point of the importance of reaching out, because as I said earlier, if you are with us, it's important we have documents, it's important we have policies, but also we don't want the limiting step to be the reaching out. We have to enforce that as well. So I really hope you can stay with us another, let's say maybe 20, 30 minutes to participate in the discussion, which I'm sure is going to be very interesting.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Karl Hadwood, who is expert in e-safety in a network of over 50 NGOs called SchoolNet. Karl, if you are here.
Hi, Karl.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's really good to be here. Thank you so much to the Ministry and to La Strada for inviting me. I'm just going to try and share my screen. Give me one sec. Hopefully you can see something there on the screen. Please tell me if you can't.
Yes, everything is okay. We are seeing and hearing you.
Fantastic. That's great. So, as I say, thank you very much for inviting me. And, you know, just to give you my background, what gives me the right to be here talking about this, as you said in the introduction, I am a consultant for an organisation called European SchoolNet based in Brussels. And it's a network of ministries of education from across Europe. One of the things that we do is that we coordinate the Better Internet for Kids programme on behalf of the European Commission. And this was mentioned earlier on by previous speakers. The actual original Better Internet for Kids strategy was published in 2012, but it was updated in 2022. And as you can imagine, a huge amount has happened in the online world in those 10 years. But I think essentially what the strategy tries to do is ensure that children are going to be protected, respected, and empowered when they're online. And the strategy details the sort of actions that need to be taken by the European Commission, obviously, but also by member states and also by colleagues in industry. And I know Amy and other speakers have mentioned the importance of industry, you know, the platforms, the social media companies stepping up and doing their part as well. I think it's important just to sort of look in a little bit more detail about, you know, what this is trying to do. So talking about the importance of actually, you know, protecting children, putting some safeguards in place, some guardrails, as we often hear them being described, to protect them from some of that content which clearly is online, particularly in spaces where there's a lot of user-generated content. I think we obviously, you know, have a lot of research that's talking about the impact that tech and content on some of these platforms is having on children's, you know, mental health and well-being. But I think what's really important and what's come out for me in the discussions is that we must focus on the benefits as well. There are huge opportunities for children and young people, and actually for all of us when we're online. So we want young people to actually feel empowered to be able to create content, to participate online. Amy talked about General Comment 25, which I think is so important in saying that children's rights offline, which I think we all believe in, that they need to apply online as well. So we need young people to have these skills and competences to be able to sort of participate fully and make good choices as well, which is very difficult when you're a teenager, but to make good choices when you're actually online. I think the final pillar is around respecting children and young people and encouraging their active participation. I think we are starting to get better at that. One of the things that we do at European SchoolNet each year on behalf of the Commission is organise the Safer Internet Forum, and that happens in sort of October, November time, but it's very much youth-led. And it's not a question of young people appearing in one session all wearing the same T-shirt and, you know, sort of saying that this is what we've been doing. They're involved in the creation of the agenda, the selection of speakers and so on, and they take an active part in every aspect of that. And I think what's important is that we then listen to them and act on perhaps what it is that they've said. I also think just on that Better Internet for Kids strategy, children and young people need to know what it is that we're trying to do. So I think it's really important that we are kind of creating these child-friendly versions of some of these pretty dense, you know, very important but quite dense and complex legal documents. The Digital Services Act, which I'm sure has been sort of mentioned several times over the last day and a half, I think it's really important, you know, that you know, in there they talk about platforms, you know, the kind of social media companies making terms and conditions, you know, readable, understandable by all users, including children and young people. One of the things that the Better Internet for Kids strategy talks about a lot is the work of the Safer Internet Centres, and actually many of the actions, are actually facilitated by these Safer Internet Centres. So basically, InSafe is the coordination network of these centres, and there's actually 4 parts to a Safer Internet Centre. There's an awareness raising part. We often call them the awareness centres, and they will typically go into schools. They'll work with children and young people, they'll work with parents, they'll work with teachers, a variety of different stakeholders to talk about the benefits of being online, but to also raise awareness of some of the risks and challenges, and to provide strategies about how we can manage those. There's then a network of helplines who basically provide a service for mainly children and young people, but in some cases, teachers and parents too, to reach out for help and guidance and support when things have gone wrong online. So, we've got the awareness centres who are trying to do the preventative work, but we have the helplines who are there to say, okay, something's happened, you need a bit of extra support, we are actually here to help. We also have a youth coordination aspect to the awareness centres. And I think, each centre has a youth panel. They try to draw young people from a diverse set of communities. They include vulnerable children and young people as well, and really listen to them. So, one particularly good example is that a resource had been created by one of the Safer Internet Centres around cyberbullying, and they sort of shared this with their youth panel and said, what do you think? And the youth panel said, nah, it's not really what we think is going to work. It's not going to make an impact. As Amy was just saying in the previous sort of input, it's not really talking about the issues that we feel we need to be talking about. And to be fair, the Safer Internet Centre went back to the drawing board and started again. And I think the lesson for everybody was, let's involve children and young people right at the beginning of the process, and then we'll end up with a better product. The other aspect of a Safer Internet Centre, and I know that you had, I think, Abby from InHope talking to you yesterday, there is the hotline element, which is managed by the InHope network. And obviously that's where, that they will deal with the child sexual abuse material that sadly is still found online, and try to remove that, but also raise awareness of some of those challenges. So I wanted to just give you a little bit more insight into some of the work that the Safer Internet Centres do, because I really feel that they have a crucial role in raising awareness about child safety online. And what you can see on the screen is actually really hot off the press. This hasn't been published yet, but every 3 months, we collect data from about 32 helplines across the network. And what you're looking at are the reasons that young people reach out to these helplines. And I think it's also important to say that for many young people, this is the last resort, that they weren't able to deal with it themselves. They weren't able to get support from a teacher or a parent, or didn't feel that they could. So they're reaching out to the helplines as a last resort. The helplines sort of log contacts against a whole list of categories, as you can see there. And for years now, cyberbullying is always the #1 reason that people will reach out to helplines for. We've been talking about this for an awful long time. We continue to do awareness raising initiatives, but it still continues to be a challenge. And I think it reflects, behavior. People aren't particularly pleasant to each other offline in some situations. And of course, the same thing happens online as well. But I think what this is really important for is it tells us what the challenges are that young people face. And we need to use this data. So if I just sort of move to this, when the helplines, for example, a couple of years ago, started to see that there were a huge number of cases about what we used to refer to as sextortion. We now refer to it as the online sexual exploitation and coercion of children. But we saw that there was this growing number of children being affected by this, particularly boys, and the awareness centres then created resources around this to kind of raise awareness of the problem and to talk about ways that it could be dealt with. Hopefully this empowers young people so that, if something else happens, they've got the kind of skills to be able to deal with it themselves. They build up some resilience, but they still realise they have to report. But if not, they can go back to the helplines and the cycle continues. So I think it's really important that, that the whole ecosystem comes together. we have really, really good, strong relationships with industry. You know, it was mentioned that if you really want to reach out to young people, you need to be in the spaces where they are. So, of course, the Safer Internet Centres have a presence on TikTok, on Instagram, on Snapchat, on various different social media platforms. And we work really closely with those platforms to understand how their platforms work, you know, the updates to privacy and safety controls as well. One thing that I think is really important is we have the Better Internet for Kids portal. So this provides a huge amount of information for different stakeholders. You can see there's information absolutely for children and young people, but also for parents, for educators, for industry themselves, but actually for the kind of researchers from academia and the policymakers. Safer Internet Day was mentioned earlier on. This year we had 180 countries and territories around the world celebrating that day, using it as an opportunity to publish research, share resources, and generate more awareness, I guess. Clearly that happened in Moldova too. La Strada, you know, being the kind of Safer Internet Day committee, and clearly, as we heard in some of the opening remarks, a huge amount was happening, a huge number of children and young people being reached. But I think everybody who is listening today knows that it can't just happen on one day. It was so refreshing for me to hear people saying that actually, you know, we need to be embedding this. It needs to be done in multiple ways throughout the curriculum. The colleague from the Ministry of Education was saying, you know, it is done in computing, but it's done in personal health and social education as well. I think it has to be something that pervades every aspect of what we do. We do share resources, and please do feel free to go and, you know, look at these. This is all publicly available, and we can search for resources based on language, on the age of the young person, or on, you know, the category, you know, the issue at hand. We provide, you know, sort of up-to-date, we hope, guidance around some of the latest challenges. You can see there sextortion, the sharing of indecent images, online challenges that we sort of see that can happen so quickly, you know, on some of these platforms. We also try to provide, this is something called our online guide to apps, and there's over 100 of the most popular apps and platforms that children and young people are using. And again, we collaborate very closely with industry to make sure that the information we're sharing on there, you know, for any stakeholder, make sure it's as up to date as possible. One of the other sort of aspects, I mean, online safety, it really covers such a broad area, and I think that's one of the challenges for children and young people, but also for, you know, their teachers in schools. I always think my background was in education. I was a teacher for many years, but now all I worry about is online safety. Whereas I think for a teacher in one of your schools, they have this huge portfolio of different things that they have to try and address. And online safety is a very important part, but it is just a part that they have to do, you know, maths and science and all of those other important things as well. This is just a very recent project, and this was some research that was launched on Safer Internet Day. This is a project working with DG Connect and DG Just, looking at marketing practices towards children and young people online. So some of those persuasive design elements that the tech companies are so good at using, some of the dark patterns, some of the unfair commercial practices. There's also a teacher corner. Again, this is available to anybody. It looks specifically at things that will be useful for teachers in school, and I would just point towards the bottom right of the screen, the importance of that whole school approach, which I think is incredibly important. When I'll come to that just before I finish in a moment. We also try and provide, you know, sort of a bit more in-depth content for teachers in this case. So on the 11th of March, there will be an online safety MOOC, which is going to try and sort of deep dive into the rights of children online, the skills that perhaps children and young people need to keep themselves safe online. And it'll also give a little bit of insight into some of the EU policy initiatives, such as the BIC Plus strategy and the DSA that we've already mentioned. But I think really importantly, it looks at the wider ecosystem and the roles that, you know, pupils, parents, you know, educators have in ensuring children are safe online. The last thing I wanted to say, just before I get to some sort of final thoughts about, you know, ways that we can do this, we have the Safer Internet Centres, but we also have something called the Safer Internet Centre Plus programme, and I'm delighted that the Republic of Moldova is part of that. And there's a number of objectives of that programme. I think initially it's to try and foster knowledge sharing and capacity building on initiatives that are successful. So you'll find so many of those, on the website. It looks at the development and implementation of online safety policies and practices, but I think it's also a space where we can address some of the challenges that we do absolutely see in this space. And these were just some sort of final thoughts. I was asked to try and talk about how online safety, is addressed in policies and how we have that sort of good practice. I think it does need to be a statutory part of the curriculum, because I think if it is, it means that it can be assessed. Somebody can say, are you doing it? And if you're not doing it, well, you need to be. But I think it's also important to recognise that it needs to be inclusive. I totally understand why we do these things in schools, because most children go to school, but not all children go to school. And some children have very, great difficulties in accessing the curriculum in a wider sense, but particularly the curriculum around online safety. So I personally think we need to be better at creating resource for those vulnerable groups. I think when we talk about safeguarding, and I think everybody in education understands that safeguarding is crucial. It underpins everything that we do. It's the most important thing when we're talking about children. We need to always be asking the question about the online now. I think somebody of my age still talks about the offline world and the online world, but we shouldn't do that. Children don't talk about offline and online. It's just their world, and it's increasingly connected. So we always need to ask that question: did the internet play a part? Really delighted that earlier on the question was made, I think, Daniel, by you, saying, how do we know whether the online safety education is actually effective? And I think in schools, we're really good at, looking at the impact that a mathematics intervention had. We can look at where they were at the beginning, look at where they were afterwards, and say that intervention made a difference. But I totally agree with the point made earlier that children, I think, are very good at saying, oh, I wouldn't do this, and I wouldn't do this, and I wouldn't do that. And then they go away and do the exact opposite, and it's not translating into their behavior. So I think the way that we can sort of evaluate the impact is really by talking to children and young people. We need to listen to them. We need to ask them whether the online safety that they're being given is effective. And I think we need to involve them in that too. We know that peer education is really powerful, and it's something that's mentioned in the Better Internet for Kids strategy. So actually, let's get children talking to their peers about their experiences and how they dealt with them as well. It's already been mentioned, but I think we mustn't victim blame. And I do an awful lot of work with my other hat on in schools in the UK, and I genuinely think that in every single school there will be people who, let's just say, a young person had shared a nude image of themselves. There will be people in that school who'll be thinking, what were they thinking? Didn't they expect that was going to happen? How many times have we had this conversation with them? And that will not encourage children and young people to come forward. At the end of the day, they're children. They're protected by law, and they need to be treated as victims. Obviously, I think involving the wider ecosystem is crucial. I think the trouble that we often see, and we hear this from across the Safer Internet Centre network, is that when parents engage, for example, it's the parents who probably don't need to engage. It's the parents who are already doing lots to try and keep their children safe. So it's about how we reach out to that wider group. And I think the final challenge is really about how we do stay up to date. But I think that's where the Safer Internet Centres and La Strada, in Moldova will have such an important role. That is their job, that they can keep their ear to the ground. They're part of these bigger networks. And I think, with AI and some of the huge benefits, but also some of the challenges coming up there, we need to be keeping up to date. We need to make sure that policies are regularly updated, and we need to try and future-proof as much as possible. Look, I hope I haven't gone over time. Really appreciate the opportunity, and I'm happy to stay and be part of the discussion now as well. But thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carl.
Okay, please, ladies. Look, please go ahead. I mean, there's no easy way out of the questions. Go ahead. I know we've exceeded the time. I lived a lot in Japan, and I know the Japanese, they are very punctual, but with all that, they exceed their meetings. And why? Because they talk about interesting things. Before all, they put work and the task above anything else is work. We've exceeded a bit of time, but in my opinion, interesting things have been uttered. I'll make an exercise. I've put down some things which I think are critical. And I would like to ask a brief question to each of the speakers. Specifically, I'd like to ask State Secretary Kazaku, as well as Ms. Andritsky. It's a joint question. Is the following. We talked about discernment, about insights. It's important to build this discernment, these insights into the children. I think it makes no sense that if we put in the curricula this topic, discernment, I think everybody will laugh at us. There will be no effect. I don't think we have a lot of specific effects when we put into the school all kind of subject matters, education for that. I don't think it produces effects, but instead, the empirical experience is saying that when a child knows math very well, knows history very well, knows geography very well, is much better equipped in order to be able to solve various challenges of the life. Let me give an example. A child who learned about the horrors of the Second World War and about the horrors of communism, the crimes of communism, I don't think he will ever or she will ever think bad about a Jew just because he's a Jew, or will have all kind of criminal ideology in his head because he or she learned that. He or she saw how many millions of lives were killed and the suffering. We'll talk about perception, insight, acumen if you want. If you agree that you want to cultivate acumen in the children, how can we do it? While teaching languages, math, bit by bit, history, geography, so that he would get this whole thing from education and come up with a better acumen. This is an open question. Under Mr. Fenerio, you asked the question. By answering the question, I am fully agree with what you're saying. Indeed, we have to cultivate critical thinking in kids, this acumen in all the subject matters. First of all, when you talk about fundamental subject matters, it is important for the child. It doesn't matter the topic. He needs to get to the truth, to the ultimate truth. From my experience as a child, geography of Romania, history of Romania, I've learned it through Romanian literature, through all of the subject matters. You have to embed critical thinking into the child. This is how he will see the whole purpose of going to school. Because oftentimes, I was asking myself, what's this for? What's this for me? Because you have to prepare them for life. And one more thing, which was not tackled today, and because of the lack of time, you have parents. Parents needs to be engaged. The school has to be working with the school, and school has to be working with the parents. And we have to embed this critical thinking into parents, because maybe not all harness its potential. Thank you. Ms. Andritsky, in your institute, you will have one of the most important tasks of the education system. You will have that network of mentors, professors, who, in my opinion, can be true agents of change in the classroom. Getting back to this mentors, acumen, cultivation, embedding attitudes, cross-discipline, cross-subject matters. Can you tell us a bit? Mr. Fenerio, State Secretary, these issues, these challenges that our kids are facing, they tell us once again that the school has to change when it comes to these issues. I think it's the high time for a substantial curricular reform, which will change the whole optics, to change how we teach, and so that children are protected whatever the problem they face in their life. So this acumen means one of the attitudes of our century. I mean, compared to our kids, we had a different attitude, and now we're showing it to them. Now the kids are facing all of this phenomenon. They have to understand what is this insight and acumen. But it's not just at the school, but also after school and in family. You referred to the 2 articles from the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova. Indeed, the school has to teach, but not just for the sake of teaching, but it teaches attitudes, and they teach how to kids how to increase the range of attitudes. So they have to be educated through learning, right? Okay. I'm an engineer, and for me things must be clear. They have to be housed. You talked about curricula. Very well. The curricula is the thing of the ministry. Your job is to do with teachers. I'm going to say one thing, and it's not very said publicly. Parents ask for curricula. School program must be applicable, must be real. You know, people don't know about curricula, and maybe they have a very erroneously think about curricula. Curricula is not just a piece of paper. You can put whatever you want on paper. But if you want to be tough, really cool, you take the curriculum from Finland, Estonia, South Korea, or countries which have good learning outcomes, and they say, well, you translate it and say, we've got a great job. You turned it again into a paper. You shouldn't have a good curricula, impeccable curricula, if the teachers who need to deliver understand just one part of it. If you don't internalize just even a smaller part, and then you have 10% of the curricula, of that fantastic curricula reaching to children, and then the call and the suggestion is that if in this whole effort that I see in every day at the ministry, and which really is substantial, is to modernize the curricula. You need to be aware of the importance of your role as professors, as the people who convey the curricula to the classroom, to connect to this effort. And I think this is the core of what needs to be done to see a change in the classroom. Right, exactly. This is what I was getting to. The National Institute for Education and Leadership, among the priorities, one of the priorities, the key priorities, is to create a network of mentors who will work with every professor, subject to the evolution, be it about students who come for internship, to create attitudes, because of the new roles that the teachers have. You talk about the young specialists who come to the school with knowledge. They kind of know, they kind of tried. They don't know how they would react to the phenomenon that would happen in the school, to create teaching attitudes to them. And then it's about the teachers. Any teacher who needs support, assistance, and that means that if you identify the best teachers in the education system, these motivated resources who prove that they can do, they should share this with their colleagues so that the whole optics change in regards to the profession, but actually the profession itself as an activity. Conceptually, it is important for the teachers to grow in a career, having as a model people near them, not just theoretical discussions with someone from an office, from a ministry, or from a department. This is a fundamental conceptual change, and many of you are involved in education. You support it. Please support Ms. Andreevsky. Please support her institute. And I'll say one more thing. There's 30,000 people, teachers in Moldova. You have 300 professors entering the system every year. When Adenauer went to US to visit in the 50s, the American president told him, Chancellor, do you know, there in your government, you have those who were with the Nazis. Why don't you change them quickly? Adenauer said, President, we don't have other Germans. So we have 30,000 teachers, some of them very good, many of them very good, some less prepared, others who are sick and tired of teaching. But we have this, and that's it. It's them that we have, not others. Nobody will come from Brussels or to teach the nation. They are our people. Embrace them. Evaluate them, but for the purpose of improving them. And that's the core of that mentors network. I apologize that I'm taking a bit more time on this. I think it's critical to know that this is our people. They educate our kids. We have to grow them. So thank you, Mr. Andrievsky. I'm telling you that's important. UNICEF. How to make children talk. I try to make my children talk. So I told my daughter, you know what? Listen to me. All of the stupid things you've done, I've already done them in my life. So don't you think that you've made a dumb thing, this is some novelty for me. The difference is that I know how to solve it. So if you do a dumb thing, or something that you think is dumb, come to me or to your mother and we solve it for you. And then we'll see how we punish you. But first of all, we solve the problem. And then my son says, well, you know what, it's not that way. Because when you were little, you didn't have internet. It's true. Dumb things I haven't done on the internet. Well, the question and a comment is, and I extend it to La Strada and to all the NGOs. How can we couple this from what Ms. Kazaku is doing, Ms. Andritsky is doing, professors are doing curricula, top-down approach. The reality of the child. How do we connect the two so that you have an efficient flow of information to be better? Do you have any ideas on that? Thank you so much for this. You gave the example. I was thinking now about the examples that the children are telling us, and the majority are similar to what you're saying. I think that first and foremost, it is about how we position ourselves in relation to our children. If we position in a way that we say, you know what, I was already there, I've been there, I went, I know how you feel, it will pass away, don't worry, it's not that bad. Then for sure, the second time, they'll not come to us, to the adults, and talk about their problems. And we're trying many times to come with this thinking, well, I'm here to help you, I'm here to give you solutions, I know everything, I know everything. But the whole idea is that the reality in which they live and the reality in which we were children, they're different. So they grew with internet. But we've embraced it recently, and we're still learning about so many new things on the internet. Last week, I was in this village, I was talking to young people, they talked to me about an application, an app, which they use, and they talk to youth from around the world. I never heard about it before. So we believe that we are a bit more advanced since we work in this field. Well, I think that the solutions should not be coming from us. We need to ask for solutions from them. Ask them, all right, you have this problem. Tell me, how can I help you? And then we wouldn't have this top-down approach, but just the way we try to extract the problems and challenges from them, then the solutions, we need to try and develop them based on the ideas that come from the kids. All right. We need to put together to clear issues and collaborate, right? So that they feel that they are sharing, the shareholders of their lives. I think theoretically this is a very good approach. It doesn't mean that it's not practical, but at least theoretically what you're saying makes sense. It's interesting. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Amy. Amy, are you still with us? Is Amy with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Earlier in the previous session, from one of the gentlemen in the room, we had a very, as answer to a question, we had a very practical description of what goes on and a very interesting perspective of the practicalities of things. And you brought up a subject that I hear about for the first time, which is exploitation of boys. It's not that I necessarily want to go into sordid details, but I don't think it's the place to do that. But I think it was extremely informative what I heard from the gentleman in the room in the previous session. And therefore, I would kindly ask you if you could, in 2 minutes, elaborate a bit about this boy exploitation thing that you raised. In particular, who and by what means this happens and how, I mean, who exploits them, how they get to be exploited, and how we could, and most importantly, how we could prevent that. Because to me, at least, it's something that I'm not an expert in the field, but it's something new that I heard, and I'd be interested if you could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a big question, and you know, I would defer for much of it to my colleague who leads our work in this area. But I think I'd start with picking up on the previous comment that we can encourage children to speak, but we also need to learn to listen. I think that's really fundamental, and listen in the right way. And one of the challenges that we've seen with our work and our discussions around the exploitation of boys is that often they are not listened to, and when they do tell of their experiences, it's often written off as a normal experience for young adolescent boys to, you know, just have fun and develop, and actually their concerns are not taken seriously. So, I mean, if we look at there are different statistics on this. We do know that sexual exploitation and abuse is a gender-based crime, and that the majority of victims remain girls who are experiencing this. But we also know, and there's growing evidence, that the exploitation of boys is very underreported. It's underreported because it's not looked for by professionals working on this, and it's underreported because boys across the world live in societies where gender norms and social convention often stop them from identifying that they are a victim of abuse, and certainly stop them from seeking help. As I mentioned in the presentation, you know, our discussions and research shows that there are often systemic gaps where services are just not adapted to their needs. But in the majority of cases, what we find is that boys who are exploited in just the same way as girls, they just are not having the mechanisms to report. In terms, as you say, it's not the place to go into details, but we must recognize that boys are exploited and abused in the same way as girls are, and that they suffer a similar impact and have this heightened level of shame because of the social and gender norms around it. So, I mean, I'll stop there. I could go on, and I can refer you to our work on this. And if you go to our website, we can share the link. There is a lot of work now. We're working with a broad global alliance on this issue. But I think it is crucial that we all speak about this and recognize their specific experiences.
Okay, so let's keep this in mind. Exploitation of boys may be a subject that is not brought to the front lines as much as the obviously extremely bad phenomenon of exploitation of women and of girls in particular. Now, ca ultima,
as a last matter, Carl, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here, Daniel.
Carl,
yeah.
If I understood correctly, you're quite high up there in Brussels talking to these very important people in the European Commission that we are all looking to with a lot of respect. Now, I have a quite provocative question to you and a suggestion. is you say, in my humble opinion, the physical territory of the European countries is extended to the online territory for maybe juridical reasons, but also for practical reasons, because we know that the mind of our kids is much more online. You're eating with them at the table, but their brain, you know, their thoughts are online. Now, here is my very provocative question and suggestion. Why don't we force, legally, instead of zillions of regulations that it's hard to understand for the common mortal, why don't we force all these big guys, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all these zillionaires, to put on their platforms, for every 5 minutes of scrolling of an under 18 kid, for every 5 minutes, let's put 15 seconds of educational content. If you don't put educational content for 15 seconds, every 5 minutes that the kid stays online, we shut down your platform. What do you say about that?
Thank you for the question, Daniel. Yeah, so I think that the tech companies absolutely have a role to play. I think they have been playing that role, although I think they can always do more. I think they have sponsored, you know, some educational initiatives and so on. I think there's a couple of problems.
Which don't work. Sorry. They sponsor things that you mentioned, these big guys sponsoring things that don't work. Let's face the things as they are. It's just, honestly, it's just to give them a good conscience that, okay, you know, the CSR, corporate social responsibility, we put the money, we've done our job, but in reality, they still sell you advertisings for all sorts of things, and in reality, they only have 35 moderators. For example, Facebook has 35 moderators in Romanian, which is insufficient, and it doesn't work. That's why, sorry to interrupt, that's why my question was much more brutal, so to say.
Okay, no, and I hear you, and I think, you know, my personal view would be that I agree completely. I think we know that some of these initiatives don't work. I was going to say that I think, you know, there's a distrust of educational initiatives that come sponsored by industry, and let's be clear, this is me speaking personally now, the bottom line is that these companies are trying to make money for their shareholders, and I think we absolutely know that. Because it's free, we are actually the product. So, you know, I do hope, and you can tell me that I'm naive, Daniel, but I do hope that, you know, with, you know, initiatives such as the DSA, I think, you know, it remains to be seen the sort of enforcement of that. But I think, you know, this is perhaps a point where things are going to change. And I think the tech companies will have to start behaving slightly differently and doing more in this space. But, you know, the people that I often deal with are the people who are in charge of trust and safety. And I genuinely do believe that they want to improve things. They want to provide a safer experience for younger users. But I do think that when it gets higher up the food chain, that isn't the key priority. So it's a real challenge.
Yeah, we had, in the previous panel, we had something quite scary that was happening. Is that one of the persons that was intervening, an expert, when asked about these regulations, he simply said something that is quite scary if you think about. He said, look, we are Moldova, a 4 million people country. If we enforce regulation to some of these big guys, these big guys will just take their toys and go away, and then you won't have their service which people use in our country. So in other words, you see, you are in Brussels, the big European Commission. We here are in a country that does not have the possibility, we weigh very little compared to these giants. Yet these giants totally change the way people think. They totally change our daily life. Very far from me the whole idea of censorship. This is not acceptable. Yet some powerful instruments, not in my, but in many philosophers' opinion, could and should be used. Any short comment on that, Carl?
These companies are global companies, aren't they? And I think their reach and influence is significant. And I think that's happened, again, speaking personally, for an awful long time unchecked. So I think it's important that we change that narrative, and I hope that we are starting to do that and starting to see that happening.
Okay, thanks. Sunt întrebări din sală?
Any questions from the audience? Or have I asked them all? You're hungry? All right. Okay. I'm going to wind this down in 10 seconds. We have here 3 flags. The flag of EU, the flag of the United States, and the flag of the Republic of Moldova. In the middle, these 3 flags, they represent the most extensive area on Earth, which has as a motto, which has at its heart a word, essential word, freedom. Freedom is this is the biggest space at the world level, global level of freedom. Internet has become one of the critical tools through which we exercise this freedom. However, there is something which no democratic system was ever able to do. There is something which makes these democratic systems be vulnerable, and their symbol is with us here. No democratic system hasn't done until now, or wasn't able until now, to protect people from themselves. You cannot, in your freedom, legalize not to allow children to drink Coca-Cola because they become obese. You cannot. This is ethical issues. And then I would end, and thank you very much for your contributions, ladies and those who are online. I will end with 3 words. Acumen, and this acumen we all have around, be it in classroom, in the supermarket, in school, at home, in any social interaction. 2, for today's topic, prevention. Of course, legislation, we have the Minister of Internal Affairs, we have law enforcement, excellent. Let's punish who needs to be punished, and let's punish them in a tough way. But prevention, because the punishment doesn't heal the one who suffered. Our role is the one to prevent. And the 3rd thing, which was said a bit earlier, acumen, freedom, prevention, bring to a society what is called trust. A society where trust between its members is destroyed is a society which decomposes. This is a society of vulnerable people. And we need to be aware, if you look around, that these 3 areas of freedom, of progress, of human rights, EU, United States, and fortunately today Moldova, this space is a space that not all of us want good to it. You must be aware, but when you educate your children, they have to have more acumen, they have to feel free, they have to be confident. Let's make this space stronger than it is today. Thank you very much. Apologies that I was a bit too long, and I took things at the conceptual level. But if you don't think conceptually, if you only think at the operational level, you can have results, but not the results that endure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we have too little time for such an important and large and comprehensive topic as education. Thank you so much to the distinguished panelists for the information provided. We thank you very much to the High Advisor of the EU, High-Level Advisor of the EU, for the expertise and for the support provided to the authorities of Moldova in the area of education. Thank you, sir. Honored guests, now you can go to your lunch break.
stimați invitați, vă mulțumesc că sunteți alături de noi și la ultimul panel din sesiunea maraton de discuții.
Dear invitees, thank you for being with us here during the last session of today, dedicated to seconding prevention by means of sex offenders focused interventions, National Sex Offender Registry. And the moderator of this event is Elena Botizato, and I'll explain you why is she the most appropriate person to do it, because she is a lawyer by profession and she's the executive director of La Strada Center. Her main areas of expertise are political and legal research, coordination of project development and implementation of training programs. The invitees, and another very important aspect which is not indicated in the scenario but which I want to mention very much, is that Elena Botezato is one of the authors of the exemplary organization of this forum, for which we are really grateful to her. Thank you very much for this introduction. Hello to everyone. This is a panel, this is a session when we are going to speak about prevention, but from a different perspective. How do we prevent these risks of abuse and sexual exploitation? By measures focused on the offender, by means of monitoring of the offenders, by actions by which we are ensuring the reintegration into the society so that we do not expose the children to risks of sexual abuse and exploitation online. A study carried out recently by the International Centre La Strada among the people convicted for sexual exploitation and abuse indicates about the fact that 10% of the sexual offenders have been carrying out their professional activity in an area in which they had either contact with children or they had a position that had the mandate to protect the children. Another finding of the study indicates that the punishment applied for offenses, for sexual offenses, were not necessarily effective in the sense of reducing the risks of recidivism in this sense. In 23% of the cases analyzed, the persons convicted had criminal records in this sense, which meant that they would have committed in the past criminal sexual exploitation or abuse offenses, and this isolation had the goal just to isolate, but not to stop any other antisocial actions on behalf of this person whenever being released from the penitentiary. From the international perspective, the researchers show that there is a high risk of recidivism among the sexual offenders. On average, a sexual offender that is not detected can commit abuses with regard to other 6 children, which I believe some alarming data, and 58% of them at the international level are considered to have been able to commit other types of violence than just sexual offenses. In this session, we have the honor to discuss with several representatives of the national authorities, as well as international experts with very rich experience in what regards management of registries of sexual offenders. And I'd like to invite here, first of all, Mrs. Nadezhda Burciu, who is State Secretary in the Ministry of Justice. Mrs. Burciu is responsible for probation area, digitalization, information resources, legal national archive, with working experience including in the penitentiary for minors, with a view to piloting the best practices inspired from the Norwegian experience. And also, I would like to invite here another Elena Botizato, whom I'd like to invite here, a senior or commissioner for justice, working in the penitentiary system for over 10 years as psychologist in the social reintegration directorate, and contributes to the rehabilitation process, reintegration of persons deprived of liberty by developing and promoting working procedures with the beneficiaries of the system. So we are going to have a positive or practical perspective about what is happening in the penitentiaries of Moldova and how is work being done there with the offenders in order to avoid the risks to commit repeatedly these kind of crimes when being released from the penitentiaries. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Burciu and ask her to speak to us from the perspective of the ministry, that is a line authority. What is the situation about the registration or storing data about the convicted offenders, including as part of the commitments we have with regard to the implementation of the Lanzarote Convention, which provides for different measures that are supposed to be undertaken in order to ensure the registration and storage of data with regard to the offenders, and the undertaking certain measures in order to prevent recidivism among them whenever being released. So hello to everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for us to speak here and to participate at a forum that addresses a very important topic. Before coming here, I looked very quickly at the penitentiary population to see the share of those convicted that are in the penitentiaries because of committing offenses against the sexual life, and their share is quite high. So 13% of the detainees in our penitentiaries have committed a sexual offense. So, and if, or when speaking about what the state is doing and how is the state working with these persons, obviously we do have a big challenge here to unroot the Soviet mentality and approaches towards work with the detainees, because in the past or historically the detainees are seen as a homogeneous mass of criminals or people with whom there are certain education conversations carried out. Some things are noted in a plan there that we have had, let's say, an education conversation and so on. And there is a very long list of programs. And we, as an institution, as a system, we are trying for many years already to move towards a new paradigm. And this new paradigm means individual work, individualized work with a convicted person is based on the so-called principle of risk-need responsiveness, based on the researchers, scientific researchers again. First of all, we need to make the assessment of the convicted person, the risk, the probability to commit this offense, a repeated offense, what were the causes of this offense, the criminogenic needs, and based on this evaluation, an individual plan is drafted, which shall come with an intervention, if you wish, a structured one, participation in programs and other activities in order to change this criminal behavior. So, and afterwards, again with certain regularity, but not more often than once a year, the progress is being assessed, whether something changed or not in the behavior or attitude of these people, and in what regards the recognition of the consequences of the offense. In our case, this paradigm is not yet functioning well, or not fully functional in the criminal execution process because of the Soviet inheritance. As I said, we have the evaluations, we have a plan, but this re-evaluation at a certain frequency of the progress, this is not being done, or this does not have consequences on the further progress of the sanction service. And we have the Ministry of Justice, a very ambitious draft plan of reform that is supposed to introduce the so-called levels of progressive security and progressive regimes, which would mean that along with the initial assessment, the persons are classified based on their risk, and afterwards in this new system we would have the possibility to introduce the specialization of sectors. In very many European countries we know that there are therapeutic communities for sexual offenders where a certain program is being implemented, and this would also allow us to change somehow the regime and the intervention with the persons who have changed towards the better, or on the contrary, those who do not register any changes at all. So there are several programs in the system, of which I believe Elena will mention them in broader, but these are largely have been developed with the support of our partners as part of the UTAP project financed by the EU in 2016, for the first time in the Republic of Moldova, a program was piloted which refers to behavior change of sexual aggression. And later, I believe in 2021 or 2022, together with UNICEF, another program aiming at minors and young people who have committed offenses, sexual offenses, has been implemented. A problem that we do have is obviously we do have a database, a registry of people convicted and apprehended, and in this database we do have information about the convicted people, primary information I would say, about these people, but it's a priority for us to digitalize the case management of these convicted people, which would allow us in future will give us the possibility to measure more effectively the success of certain programs, to introduce in the informational system data from the risk assessments. So this is not yet done, let's say, but this is among the priorities of the ministry. So in probation, we have less people on record for this kind of offenses, but unfortunately we don't have a program either. And so a dedicated program, a program dedicated to sexual offenders in probation, this is quite costly, would be costly. We have assessed the practice of other countries. We looked at Estonia and other countries, and in fact, at least with the resources we have at the moment, we cannot afford to purchase and develop a program that would be dedicated to sexual offenders, but we could replicate the one from the penitentiaries in order to ensure a cooperation between the entities. But in conclusion, I would say that even if the programs are being implemented regularly, we in the Republic of Moldova do not yet have a study on the recidivism, which would be also a priority, and we are trying to attract financing from the partners to be able to carry out a complex study on measuring this aspect post-release from penitentiary. So this is what I wanted to say. If there will be questions, we'd be ready to answer. Thank you very much, Mrs. Burci. We will have a session of questions and answers at the end of the session. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Botezato to tell us a bit about the practical aspect. What programs exist at the moment? To which extent do these contribute to the risk assessment or mitigation? And what are eventually the challenges that you see from the practical activity in the penitentiaries with the convicted people convicted for abuse and sexual exploitation of children? Hello to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me to participate in such an event. As regards the sexual offenders, yes, this issue is really important and sensitive and needs to be addressed. Let's start from detention placement of the person along with the conviction sentence or the verdict. I would like to say that here there are different social reintegration specialists would intervene that I would say are really very important in what regards the needs assessment and risk assessment of the convicted person. From the very start, when the person comes into the penitentiary, the educator is interacted with him, the social assistant, the psychologist, who afterwards, based on the needs and risks assessed during the evaluation process, as it was mentioned by the State Secretary also, these are mentioned, these needs and risks are being mentioned in an individual resocialization plan. This individual resocialization plan is prepared or concluded for the whole sentence period, but there is a possibility for it to be revised to see what was the progress and regress of the convicted person. The people convicted for sexual offenses benefit of the same services like all the other categories of convicted people, the only difference being the specific program of this category that was developed and that they need a PH for this because the number of those convicted for such offenses started growing. And considering that we were not able to respond to these needs and risks for these persons, we requested the assistance from the European Union to help us develop such a program and to make it available to the specialists that are working with these offenders. So hence we were able to, let's say, deal not just with the development of this program, but the specialists also did benefit of training on behalf of the expert. Everything was started from scratch, starting from the first meeting and first session with the final evaluation part together with the expert. And afterwards, during the piloting process, the specialists did get assistance with regard to supervision. They participated in the meetings with the psychologists, between the psychologists and the convicted people, to see what are the successes and if there was, if the content of the program was assimilated properly. So, and again, with regard to this program, I would like to mention that this is for adults, for men between 20 and 65 years old, because somehow they are the ones who are mostly committing these kinds of offenses that are part of our or that are in our penitentiaries. Yes, if you are interested to hear figures, these are also published on the official webpage of the National Penitentiary Administration. There is a narrative report in what regards the activity of the penitentiary administration system during the 2023 and from other years. You can access this. At the moment, we have 852 offenders convicted for sexual offenses, of which only 3 minors and 3 women. So this figure already shows somehow that most of these are men. A challenge for our specialists in carrying out this program is obviously the character of the offenses, which is very sensitive, and there are specialists who have children and for whom it is really difficult to overcome certain challenges in the work with this. Anyway, we do have this risk, and in this case, we are treating it like if you are not able, someone else will intervene. Because from the very start, we can say that this will not be successful because the person will not be able to get engaged as much as possible, and somehow he might miss some key elements of the program. This is one of the longest programs in the penitentiary, and this is one of the most complex one. It is 6 months long. It has more modules, and I would like to mention here that there are separate modules for the pedophile and for the rapist. This is really important in what regards this program. It gives us the possibility to work separately with one category and the other, which exists in the system. In fact, I can say that all the challenges that exist with regard to the dynamic of the group of this category, what they have in common, the pedophiles and the rapist, is the fact that somehow they have a weak capacity to concentrate and to maintain their attention during the session, and somehow a weak control of their condition. They are getting sick and tired very quickly, while the rapists are more confrontational. They are usually violating the rules of the group. They are refusing to admit the sexual character of the offense, and this is somehow similar to those who are raping children. They are kind of blaming the victim, that they seduced him or her, and they provoked me, and so on. Somehow, this is also a challenge for the specialists because it's very difficult to work in this sense. It requires much more time to get to the level of acceptance, of recognizing or admitting the guilt, and of accepting it. Another challenge is their motivation to participate in this program, which links their offense with it, because somehow this element they are more linked to is to benefit of conditional release beforehand, and this is again somehow complicating the situation because they are abandoning. If this is their reason, then they will abandon the program. They will never finalize it to the end. And the fact that they are usually getting sick and dying very quickly, this again leads to abandoning the program, but they have the possibility to retake it after a period, after undergoing this interview, and if it is considered that the person is ready to be included into this program. Another challenge we face is that maybe at the moment we do not have a tool to assess the impact of the program, to see exactly who gets back and because of which offenses. We have the statistics on recidivism, but not on by concrete categories of offenses. If this would have been present, this would have facilitated our work a lot. Thank you very much, Mrs. Botezato, for the practical perspective and for sharing the information about the challenges you face every day. And I would like now to connect online to give the floor to our experts. We'll start from Laurie McPherson, Senior Policy Advisor in the Sex Offender Investigations Branch of the United States Marshal Service, U.S. expert with a very broad experience in the field of policies and registration of sexual offences, experience over 15 years, the author of numerous studies in this field. And Laurie, I hope you are here with us and you can hear us. And if you can tell us a little bit about the experience of the U.S. related to the management of sexual offenders, how effective are these programs in the U.S., and eventually maybe a little bit about the registries you have on registering and monitoring the offenders.
Sure. I'm echoing back to my, okay, that's better. Good morning, everybody. My name is Laurie McPherson. I work as a senior policy advisor with the United States Marshal Service. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about how sex offender management happens in the United States and what our sex offender registration system looks like. And I appreciate the invitation. I'm glad I was able to join you. So, there we are. All right. So it's really two separate questions when it comes to management and registration in the U.S. You know, the United States is a federal government system, and so our sex offender management programs and initiatives are not nationalized and they're not standardized. They are handled almost exclusively at the local level, and for us, that means that each of our 50 states has their own way of going about sex offender management. And within those states, there may be wide variation about how sex offenders are managed in the community. We'll say, you know, candidly that the U.S. Tends to focus more on law enforcement monitoring and incarceration as opposed to community management of offenders, but that's something that's continuing to adjust over time. There are a few things that we use pretty regularly in the states, and again, it'll just vary by locality. When a person gets convicted of a sex offense, they will often serve a period of incarceration. After that period of incarceration, they may be subject just to regular probation or parole supervision without any specific conditions connected to their sex offending. In some locations, depending on where you are in the states, there may be some kind of sex offender specific probation and parole that focuses more on the offending behavior. It might be more aggressive in terms of making sure that that offender gets some kind of treatment in the community. There may be specific probation conditions about not being permitted to have children in the home or something like that. We do have sex offender treatment programs in the states. Again, they are not nationalized. Each state certifies their own treatment providers. Oftentimes, those are just individual counselors or individual therapists who are doing that work with the offender population. Other times there's just more general therapeutic support to try to encourage criminal desistance. In other words, trying to keep folks who have been incarcerated away from any kind of ongoing criminal activity, whether it's repeating sexual offending or repeating general criminal offending. And we find that sex offenders, and that's the term we use in the States, folks who've been convicted of sex offenses are also at a risk of ongoing just general criminal behavior. So sometimes the therapeutic support or the supervision focuses on that. In egregious circumstances with our most dangerous offenders, we have a federal civil commitment program, and many states also have that. And what that is a process through which a person can be incarcerated in the absence of an active criminal conviction. Usually they will have had a criminal conviction for a sex offense in the past, but based on the risk that that person presents to the community, there's an option for a civil process where that offender would be committed to a psychiatric or a hospital facility, but it would not be a voluntary commitment. So sex offender management varies widely in the states, and really each individual state or each locality, you'd have to drill down to get more specific information about how it's handled. When it comes to sex offender registration, we've been doing that in the states for quite a long time. We actually, California, one of our states, started their registration program back in the 1940s. In the mid-90s, the federal government got involved by setting some standards for sex offender registration. And by 2006, all 50 states had their own sex offender registries as well as their own public sex offender registry websites. And I'll talk about that in a minute. The Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act is the current set of standards that we have in the states. Not every state meets those standards fully, but the idea is that that's the goal for the states to reach. And then in 2016, we passed International Megan's Law, and I'll talk about that very briefly in a second. In the states, each state has their own sex offender registry system. So we have 50 individual state sex offender registration systems. Each state has their own public sex offender registry website, and each state has their own administrative sex offender registry database. And I'm going to show you, just for folks who may not have seen it before, I'm going to show you, if I can get this to work. You know what? It's not working. All right. Best laid plans don't always work. There we go. I am going to show you our National Sex Offender Public website for folks who may not have seen it. And what this is we have almost 1 million convicted sex offenders in the United States who are currently registered with their individual states. And what this public registry website does is it enables the public to find information about persons who've been convicted of sex offenses who they may either be in contact with, their kids may be in contact with, or they may be in the community. So I just plugged in a name here, Robert Rogers, just a very nondescript name. You plug it in, and you get the results. And here, it's an alias for some of these first results. You can see, like, these are, you have Missouri, Michigan, Ohio. This offender lives in Mexico, South Carolina, New York. So you get offenders from all across the country. You can plug in, we'll just click on his as an example, and you get information about this particular Mr. Rogers. You get his current primary address, physical description, the state and underlying conviction. So he had a lewd act on a child under 16, and there's other information available as well. And so this is something that we can do in the States that obviously in European countries, there may be quite a bit of limitation on that because of privacy provisions in the EU, but it is something that we do in the States. So to wrap up, and I know we've got another great presenter right behind me, the way that sex offender registration is used as a preventative measure in the United States, there are a number of different ways, but here are the two that I wanted to highlight. First of all, our public registry websites enable the general public to protect themselves against persons who are previously convicted. So you can know if the guy who's trying to befriend your teenage daughter has been convicted of a sex offense and take appropriate precautions. And it's also used informally in the United States for background checks for organizations that either can't afford to do formal background checks or don't know how to do formal background checks. They will check the National Sex Offender Public website. It's not an ideal way to do it. It's not a perfect way to do it, but it is a tool that they use. The other way that we use registration systems, and this is the law enforcement side of it, is that the law enforcement database portion of the registry is connected to all of our other FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Criminal History databases. And one of the ways that we link that is through travel and immigration databases to identify child sex offenders who are traveling out of the country or might be coming inbound into the country. And when we identify a child sex offender, in other words, a person who's been convicted of a sex offense against a child who is traveling outbound to another country, we will provide notification to that destination country that the offender is traveling, and then that country can decide what they do with that particular offender, whether they admit them to the country or not. So that's the very brief overview. You will have my contact information. I also work with the International Committee of Sex Offender Registers, and what that is an organization of what we call the Five Eyes countries, the UK, US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and a number of other countries who have sex offender registries. And we have an ongoing organization where we work together to share information and share best practices. So if anyone is thinking about starting up a registry, I'm happy to connect you up with the folks who are working on that with our international committee. So that's all I have, and I will hand it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for this practical presentation from the US and for what you've shared to us when it comes to the management and registration of sex offenders. Please stay with us if there are questions at the Q&A. And now I want to give the floor to the next expert, Kieran McCartan. He's a professor of criminology, University of West of England, Bristol, and deputy chair of the National Organization for the Treatment of Abuse. Kieran, if you are with us.
And thank you for inviting me to talk with you today on this really important issue. And it was really interesting to hear at the beginning of the session the current landscape in Moldova around this challenging issue. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about today, it's sort of Lori's teed me up quite well. I'm going to talk a little bit more internationally and transnationally, and then I'm going to talk about some of the practicalities of registration and what this means. So when the information was sent through, we were talking about secondary prevention. So I think it's just important to flag up quite quickly. This is a new piece of work that is being done by the EU at the minute, by the Joint Research Council, which is looking at prevention practices in the prevention of child sexual abuse across the EU. And in doing that, they're starting to think about primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary prevention, and thinking about what interventions exist at each stage in that. Now, typically, a register would fall into the category of tertiary, so that's relapse prevention, risk management, or quaternary, so harm reduction techniques. And Laurie talked quite ably about what that looks like in the US. But there are other examples of other registries internationally which could be thought of maybe as secondary, thinking about how you think about things like individuals who download and view child sexual abuse imagery. Is that a point of intervention or is that a point of punishment? If it's a point of intervention and they enter onto a registry, what does that look like and how does that feel? In New Zealand, their register is a lot more treatment and rehabilitation orientated than in any other country. And there's also an argument that a register provides a sort of a primary prevention framework where people know that their names will go onto this registry and it might deter them from committing an offence. But as we talk through this presentation, we'll come back and look at this again at the end. So the international evidence base is quite individualised when we think about registries. Each country tends to do its own thing, and it's interesting that sort of Laurie was talking about the US model, and many countries do not have a model that is similar to the US. So the US is one of the only countries that publicly disclose information about people convicted of a sexual offence, or allow things like with International Megan's Law, a symbol to go on to their passport indicating that they've got a sexual abuse conviction, or a symbol going on to their driving licence indicating that. Most countries who have registers behind a security wall that can only be accessed by professionals, and the public do not have access to them. Some countries, like in the UK, where I'm based, they have a register, and you can ask for information about that register, but you have to go to the place and fill out information and indicate why you want that information. And then if it's safe and appropriate to do so, that might be shared with you. Also, it may not if there's an ongoing investigation or something linked to that. So what we end up seeing is country by country, there's research and evaluation on their own registers, but actually there's not a meta-register study that is being conducted. Now, interestingly, last year I was working with EPAC International, and Sarah Dean will come on and talk after me. One of the documents that they produced was a snapshot of global registration, and that is a really useful, really interesting document that people who are thinking about registers should go and have a look at, because there's so much variation across the board in what registers do and what they look like. And that's really important for countries to think about, because a register is more than just a mechanism, a tool. So what are some of the arguments for the register? So these are the broad arguments. Increases in public safety, place community safety in the hands of the public, so education and through upskilling and making people more aware of the reality of sexual abuse and who's in their communities. A tool for law enforcement, whether that's police, probation, a preventative or a reducing reoffending tool, so it deters people from committing an offence and it helps people desist from offending by recognising that they're being monitored. And it also has an opportunity for screening for employment as well. So employers can look on the register and access the register, and that can help us in safeguarding children and safeguarding vulnerable adults from individuals who might be at risk to them. So these are arguments that we hear quite often. And the counterpoint to this is, well, it places community safety in the hands of the public. Well, actually, is it the public's job to sort of keep aware and be and know who's in their community and what's going on in their community. A reduction in community safety, and we have seen this not only in the US but also in the UK when information gets leaked and information gets into the public domain about people on the register. It can result in a public and community backlash. It's very punitive and works against the treatment and rehabilitation. So as your colleague was talking about at the beginning of the session, when we start to think about risk, needs, responsivity and strengths-based approaches to the systems and treatment, well, actually putting someone on a register sometimes for the rest of their life works against some of those issues. It can also place friends, families and potential victims at risk as well, because not only are you putting their name and address out there, you're putting information about who they are out there as well. So while it may not identify as family members, what we certainly find in the UK is that it's very easy for people to work out who the family members of people on the register are. It's additional unnecessary procedures and data collection, because a lot of these people are also on probation and under the care of the state, so it's double counting in many ways. And it is expensive and often underused. So the reality of registration is we have to recognize that it happens in a context of a criminal justice system, and we have to recognize that it is an expensive tool that is not a light decision that should be taken easily, that it should be really considered and a really thoughtful approach, but it should be thought of in a public health context, not just a punitive risk management context. It has to also fit into ideas around treatment, rehabilitation, re-entry, reintegration, and what that looks like. And it is important to recognize, and this is the essential thing, registers only have people on them who have been caught and convicted. And we know that a lot of people who commit sexual abuse aren't caught and convicted, but sexual abuse, especially child sexual abuse, has some of the most underreported and underrecorded rates. So actually, we're not looking at a full picture of the risk out there to children and young people. We're looking at a snapshot of it, of people who have been caught and convicted. And that's really important to keep in mind. A register will not solve all of your risk management and community safety problems. So when thinking about registers, so we put together a document, myself and EPAC International, where we started to think about what is good practice in this area and how do you put together a register and what should it look like. And sort of Laurie alluded to some of these things earlier, but it's really important to think these through. Like, what's the rationale for it? Why are you doing it? Country by country, this changes and there's different drivers. How do you frame the register? So in New Zealand, it's framed as a harm reduction technique. It's framed as a part of a therapeutic process, where in other countries, it might be framed as a more punitive tool or a risk management tool. Who's going to pay for the register? Who's going to build the register? And actually, when we start to think about it, how long do people go on to the register for? Do different offences carry different lengths of time on the register? Can you come off the register? Can you appeal to be on the register? So what you're seeing is, I'm not going to go through all of these in detail, and I'll answer questions on them in a little bit if you want to. But what you see is there's a lot of considerations that need to go in to contemplating whether or not you want to develop a register. It's not simply a tick box exercise. You really have to consider and put into force some of the rationales and reasons behind this. And registers are expensive to set up and to run, especially, again, as Laurie alluded to, given some of the GDPR and security concerns that surround certainly being EU, but certainly being online and that we're experiencing at the minute. So what we've done in our work with EPAC International is we've put together a flow chart that gets people to start thinking about the stages that they need to go through in developing a register. And one of the things that I really, really want to emphasize here, and Laurie did talk about this, a register is a register of people who have committed a sexual offence. And it's up to countries to decide what that is. Registers do not necessarily mean public notification and public disclosure. So public notification and public disclosure is a separate issue to registration. You can make the register public, but you don't have to make the register public, and they're not synonymous with each other. And I think sometimes when we talk about registration, we assume that they are synonymous, and actually the vast majority of countries don't make their registration information fully publicly disclosed. Some do it partially, and some don't do it at all. And just to come back to where we started from, the register is a form of prevention. Yes, it is a form of relapse prevention, and we can argue whether it's treatment informed or punitive informed. But actually, if we want to start thinking about secondary prevention, we've got to think about the lessons that we're learning from registers and how people engage with registers and how registers are used to see if we can start to think about working with people at risk of committing sexual abuse, not just people at risk of reoffending and committing abuse again. So just in my sort of closing thoughts to this, you know, registers exist. They exist in many countries around the world. If it is something that Moldova or other countries want to invest in and develop, I think that's an in-country decision. But what I would strongly argue is that has to come from an informed place. And one of the things that we have sort of learned in recent years is that registers are built for different reasons, some to keep an eye on their own population and some to keep an eye on transnational populations. So if you're worried or concerned about people from other countries coming into your country to commit sexual offences against children, a national register won't help with that. As Laurie indicated, it's law enforcement and sharing information about other national registers. So this international data sharing agreements and cooperation. A register for Moldova would be about developing and protecting community and risk management strategies for Moldova, not for individuals entering into Moldova to commit child sexual offences. Again, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to speak. I will stop sharing my screen and I will hand back. Happy to answer any questions at a future point.
Cred că nu... cum este? Vă mulțumim mult pentru prezentare. Vă rog să mai stați un pic.
Thank you for the presentation. Stay online, please, for the Q&A. Let me make sure that Sandrine Constant. I think there's a problem, a technical glitch. All right, we can go on to the Q&A. All right, I would invite to the panel so that we can discuss based on what has been presented, including with the international experts who are with us online. All right, please do ask questions to our experts. And first of all, let me make sure that there is no questions from the audience. All right, if not, then I will have a question. So, first of all, I'm a child ombudsman. From this presentation regarding the registries, what I've noticed, and even though in Mr. McCartney's presentation, it was pretty quick, I don't know how much was lost in translation. It was very, very hard to hear what Mr. McCartney was saying. It was interpreted anyway. It was the part of prevention. Prevention measures, prevention programs for those who did not yet commit child sexual abuse, but they fear that they could do it since they are attracted sexually to children. We have this Article 7 from the La Strada Convention, which says that the states should have such programs. And Mr. McCartney's was that guide were confidentially there was this helpline where you could confidentially call, and if you're afraid that you may commit sex crimes, then you can get the necessary support. I don't know if you have something like this in Moldova. It's a question also for Ms. Buciu and Ms. Nikitin. And if we have Lanzarote Convention, maybe one of the positive obligations of the state would be this one as well. This is one. And another aspect I'd like to touch upon is, and again, Mr. McCartan said that, yes, we have these registries, we can do these registries, create these registries, see how useful are they for our country at this point in time. But we should not forget that many sex offenders, they will not be there, because we know the results of the study, violence against children study, 1 of 7 girls and 1 of 20 boys have been subject to sex violence until 18 years old. If we look, it was 800, right? We have 300 cases of violence against children, sexual violence against children per year. So it's clear that a lot of cases are not reported. A lot of sex offenders will not be in the registry and will not be criminally punished or caught, and they'll not go through the programs. So here, I think we should think, what do we have at this point in time for these adult survivors of sexual abuse in childhood, those who do not want to disclose their case for the reasons that you know. They don't want to go through the contact with the system, they don't want to be blamed by the society, shamed by the family, but they want to prevent sexual violence against other children. So, what mechanisms do exist? If there is just an anonymous denouncement, would you start criminal investigation? Would someone investigate? Would they just, detect those people? Wiretapping? We could discuss about it. See what solutions can be found to this. Thank you. That's a very complex topic. It's a topic that needs to be analyzed from the legal point of view and from the point of view of fighting and combating sexual violence. It's a topic that we can talk about this event as well. I'm very happy that these 2 days have put on the agenda of public institutions problems, challenges when it comes to sexual abuse and violence against children, since we are in a panel dedicated to sex offenders and measures to prevent. I'd like to ask you whether you have questions for the international experts, or maybe for the representatives of public institutions from the panel. Yeah, one of the questions of Mr. Koroy. Probation has experience to work with people who are not convicted, through post-penitentiary, post-sentence agreement. It's like a post-penitentiary assistance, a voluntary one, but we have to have a program through which we can implement in probation. And we can think about referral mechanisms to organizations which offer or have in their portfolio of services such programs, where the government or the state, I think in Romania this does function for drug addicts, and here we could also identify who are the service providers, the quality of their programs, and this is yet one argument to look at the quality of interventions, because we have the program, but to what extent it changes the behavior of the perpetrator, to what extent it has the effect that we want. And when it comes to the state registry, I forgot to mention, but we're working actually on working on the development of a digital case management system for the convicts. That we could have a module or a component in this offender management system where when it comes to certain categories of offenders which have committed severe and very severe offenses, we could see if we can make public data about them or interconnect this registry of sex offenders with our registry of offender management system. So this could be a discussion, and I'll give justice to the foreign experts. We have to think twice before doing it. We need to think well, conceptualize it, define the parameters of this registry and the purpose behind it, and then technically it would be easier to do. Thank you very much. Lori, are you still with us? I would have a question to you. You talked about registration system, offender management system. I would like to have a question to you. The differences between programs for offenders who have committed offenses online and for offenders who commit offenses in the offline environment. So I'm asking this because of different things. So, and why? Oftentimes, one says that the perpetrators who commit sexual abuse online, they are not as dangerous as those who commit offenses offline. Is there a difference of approach in the programs that you implement in the US? Or this is not a criteria that defines certain peculiarities of your programs? Thank you.
On the criminal justice side, when it comes to treatment and probation, there's not too much of a distinction drawn between online offenders and hands-on offenders when those are their offenses of conviction. That being said, we do know through some research, and we always need more good research when it comes to offending behavior, that at least in some studies, online offenders who've been convicted have been found to have a pretty high rate of hands-on offending as well. But they haven't been convicted of that other conduct. It's just been in treatment settings or therapeutic settings. They've disclosed that offending behavior. But when it comes, I think what Kieran was saying is really important, that I really do commend the ECPAT documents to the group, because in the States, we kind of built this whole system as we went and did not slow down and take all that we know into consideration before building it. And you have the opportunity at the beginning of building the system to take all of the things into consideration that Kieran was talking about. And, I work for the US government, so I'm not going to say our system is bad, but I will say that what ECPAT put together as far as things to consider is really valuable. But as far as the direct question, we don't draw too much of a distinction between online and hands-on treatment and offending.
One more question to you. Given your vast experience in the area of offender management, sex offender management, but also when it comes to your registries, let's focus on registries first, of sex offender registries. How efficient is this mechanism when it comes to prevention of sexual abuse against children, or ensuring a protection of the child in the community? This is one thing. And what recommendations would you have from lessons learned of managing such registries? What recommendations would you have to authorities from the Republic of Moldova, which now are thinking of an option to create such a registry?
So as far as deterrence, when it comes to general deterrence, honestly, there hasn't been much evidence of general deterrence from the prospect of someone being put on a sex offender register, even the sex offender register that's going to be made available to the public. There's always the consideration, and Kieran brought this up as well, of specific avoidance of offending. So like the example I use is that if there's a known person convicted of a child sex offender across the street, you know, and I know about that because of the public registry, you know, my kids won't be going across the street to play at that person's house. So they're not going to be offended against, but it doesn't mean that that person won't find another person or another kid to offend against. So there's, it's more of a specific situation type of deterrence, or not even deterrence, it's avoidance. And when considering a registry, you know, all of the things that Kieran was talking about are appropriate to look at as far as what are you trying to accomplish, even more fundamentally in, I think I heard one of the panelists talk about, you know, do you have a criminal history database in the country yet? You know, if there's not a criminal history database, is that something you want to pursue first before you do this next step of doing a sex offender register, which we see as kind of a layer on top of our very extensive criminal history databases that we have, and know that it's a tool for law enforcement. It's something that's certainly valuable for law enforcement when it comes to intelligence, when it comes to proactively perhaps preventing international offending by preventing offenders from traveling. But it's not a cure-all at the same time. And I would really encourage folks to look at that ECPAT document and decide where you are with your infrastructure in your criminal justice system. You know, are you ready for a registry yet, or do you need to do some more kind of building out of your infrastructure? So that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. A question to Karen, if Karen is with us still. You mentioned here about the importance to work with people who are interested in kids but have not yet committed the abuse against children. Could you talk to us more from the best international practice, or some examples of how do you work with such people, individuals who are potential perpetrators or could commit in the future such offenses, sex offenses against juveniles? Thank you.
Yes. So there are a couple of projects happening across Europe at the minute. One is being led by the Joint Commission, the Joint Research Commission, and another one called 2PS is being funded by Horizon 2020. So what they're looking to do is map these interventions, these secondary prevention interventions that are currently happening. So in most cases, as one of your colleagues already mentioned, most of these tend to be helplines for people who are concerned about their behaviors or feel they're at risk of committing a sexual offense. And I do know that there was a pilot about 3 months ago, just before Christmas, of a helpline in Latvia for men who were concerned about their behavior. And that sort of piggybacked off work that had been done by Stop It Now and the Lucy Faithfull Foundation, who had developed a lot of these helplines to begin with. But one of the challenges around helplines is ideas around anonymity, ideas around what you can report and what you can't report. So the big example of secondary prevention in Europe is Project Protection Dunkelfeld. And that's a walk-in clinic where people across Germany can go to get help in person, therapeutic help for their behaviors online, However, there is not a mandatory reporting law in Germany. So if you disclose that you're interested in children sexually or you've committed a sexual offense, there is not a legal requirement for your therapist to report that. That is not the same in the vast majority of European countries, certainly not in the UK, where actually if you didn't report, you would be in trouble and you would probably be stricken from your medical license or your psychological therapist's licenses. But the other one, because we're talking about online, is there are online interventions. So one is being run by the Lucy Faithfull Foundation, and it pops up when, certainly in the UK, people are trying to access problematic images of children, child sexual exploitation images, or they're searching for them. There then becomes a pop-up which redirects them to an online anonymous module that they can do, which shows the harms and the consequences of viewing child sexual abuse imagery and gives them an opportunity to seek help and seek support. So these programs are growing across the European footprint as we speak. There is a bit of a lottery with some countries having more, so the UK, Germany, having more than some other countries, but it is a direction of travel around this, and it means that sexual abuse work and practice is falling more in line with general criminogenic research and practice.
Thank you, Kieran. If there's no more comments or questions from the audience. Yeah, go ahead.
I also then have a question for Kieran. Kieran McMorn here from Dublin. I'm actually in the room here. So the first comment I'd like to make is the ultra importance of realizing that the registry itself is only a tool to assist in the management process. So when Kieran says it's very complex, he's right, it is very complex, but don't fall into the trap to think that a registry is the silver bullet that will fix everything. It is not. However, it is a very important tool in the whole management process because it allows you to insist that people register, that they keep their address up to date, that they inform you when they're leaving the country, things like that. So it's a very valuable tool, but it most certainly is not the silver bullet. That's one point, and I'm sure you agree with me on that, Kieran. The second point, and the question actually I have for you, Kieran, is when you see, just in relation to human rights point that our Moldovan colleague was making here, I think it's very important to realize that the independent judiciary, and especially sentencing judges, tend to see registration and sex offender management as further punishment beyond extrajudicial, beyond their control. This tends to be a way that the independent judges think, and that's fine, they're entitled to think like that. So my question to Kieran is, do you see, or do you think, or have you seen, experienced cases where judges actually give lighter sentences and thereby reducing opportunities for treatment because they feel that registration or management is somehow extra punishment?
Thanks for that question. And actually, the human rights one is a very pertinent question. So I'll just say this before I answer your question directly. When you think about the register and the human rights issue inherent in it is, if you've been given a sentence and you come out of prison and you remain on probation, then you come off probation, you still theoretically could be on a register beyond the time that you're being observed by the state, whether in prison or on probation. So the question for that has to be, what is the ongoing justification for registration beyond state-sanctioned observation and control? And that's a difficult human rights question, and that's something that's been tackled with not only in Ireland, but in the UK as well. And one of the things that we start to see about this is this idea that it's an ongoing risk. Now, if we believe that people are an ongoing risk, then why don't we incarcerate them for longer? Or why don't we put different treatment programs around them? So one of the arguments about the human rights issue is that actually, are we saying that treatment doesn't work, that these people are always at risk, that they're always going to recidivate? If that's the case, then that's why they're on longer registration periods than probation and prison periods. But what you also see, depending upon countries, is different offences get different lengths of time on the register in certain countries. So certainly in the UK, there's a tiered system. And going back to an earlier point that was made about online individuals, they tend to get shorter registration periods than contact offenders. So when we start to think about judges and sentencing, there's sentencing guidelines. Judges have degrees of engagement where they can make decisions. And while I have seen and talked with judges in this area, I have never heard an example of a judge reducing a sentence to make sure that someone gets on a treatment program or to make sure someone gets less registration. At times, judges it can be argued, catastrophize these individuals and put them on longer sentences because they're afraid of the public backlash or the public response to this. So there was a very big case in the UK recently, the Brianna Gray case, where two young people committed murder of Brianna, and they both got a minimum of 20 years each. So, and the judge in sentencing that talked about the severe and extreme nature of the case and wanting to be seen to be doing justice for the family. So when we come to sexual offence sentencing in cases, it often goes the other way rather than a reduction to sort of reduce prison time, get on treatment models, or reduce registration periods.
Thank you very much, Kieran. If there are no other questions or comments, I would like us to point out some of the conclusions at the end of this session, at least some conclusions that I'm leaving this discussion with. The first conclusion would be about the fact that the measures focused on the offender, on the person who either has an interest towards children or have committed sexual offences against children, requires a broad approach by engaging more stakeholders, more institutions that are involved. That's the first conclusion. And the second one would be about the registry of sexual offenders, which is a measure that would come to complement the management efforts, but not necessarily a solution, in the sense that could contribute significantly to the reduction of risks of recidivism. And here we would need a lot of analysis and research to see how this functions in other countries. And the third conclusion is exactly about the fact that we cannot prevent abuse if we do not undertake also actions in this sense. And we shall not ignore it, the dimension that refers to the offenders, the way in which work is being done in order to reduce their aggressiveness, including the sexual interest they have towards children, and to reduce the risk of recidivism in case or as soon as they are released from the penitentiary, and to ensure continuity between what is being done in the penitentiary and what is being done later when they get into their community. Something that shall imply for measures on different dimensions so that we can protect the children, both in contexts that imply engagement of specialists to be sure that persons who have committed this kind of offenses do not get to work with children, and to be sure that in the community the children are somehow protected, meaning that they have a supporting environment. If there are other conclusions that you wish to mention, let me know. So thank you very much for the discussions. Thank you very much to the experts of this panel. Dear invitees, we are at the end of our event, but not before coming with the conclusions of the 2 days of the forum and the priorities that have been set by the authorities as part of the opinions expressed by our experts. And here I'd like to give the floor to the State Secretary from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mrs. Daniela Misail-Nikitin. And also we'd like to give the possibility to the public to come with suggestions, opinions. Hello to everyone. Here we are, close to the end of the International Forum on Child Safety Online. We have had 2 days, very consistent ones, 2 days in which we did benefit, I would say, of technological advantages, IT progress, being able to exchange opinions and reflect together with the experts, not just from Europe, but also from the US. And at the same time, the event of today is a new stage because, in fact, it outlined a number of challenges and a number of problems that make us work even harder so that our children can benefit of the virtual world that could contribute to their development and growth in a proportionate manner to the age and their level of development, for them to be less exposed to harmful content or some illegal actions. So even if the Minister of Internal Affairs ensures the Secretariat of the Commission for monitoring the implementation of the Lanzarote Convention, I don't think that it would be correct to speak just myself from the point of view of the next steps. And I would like to invite at least 2 colleagues, members of this commission, to join me here in order to present, in fact, those conclusions and recommendations. And I would like to invite here Mrs. Prisakaru and Mr. Kushka to point out the conclusions and what follows further on. As you know, we are in the process, in the screening process now. Like the President spoke at the start of this event, as well as many other colleagues who had interventions, we do have activities in Chapter 23, the Judiciary System and Fundamental Rights, and the chapter related to Justice, Freedom and Security, as well as Chapter 10, on the informational society and mass media, that somehow sets those actions that the Republic of Moldova shall follow in this context of implementation of the national program for Republic of Moldova accession program. So, speaking about the main recommendations, then in what regards the legislation and public policies, I would speak about the need to ensure the functionality of the Secretariat of the National Commission on monitoring the Lanzarote Convention. And this functionality would come to implement, in fact, that mechanism for monitoring and those indicators that have been developed during the last year with a view to improving the tools for prevention as well as combating abuse and sexual exploitation online of children, and the consolidation and development of partnerships between the authorities, civil society, community in the field of information technologies. The transposition of the EU directive in order to ensure a legal framework in line with the European standards that would incriminate the abuse and exploitation committed against children and be provided or for proportional sanctions to be applied for the offenses committed. The development of some guidelines or procedures, operational procedures, with regard to the interpretation and implementation of new provisions with regard to sexual violence by the law enforcement bodies, and here I'm referring to the revision of this notion of child pornography from the criminal code up to instructions, very clear ones, on how exactly to investigate and document and incriminate this kind of deeds, including from the point of view of monitoring the financial flows and the conviction from the point of view of the income generated by these kind of factors. So the empowerment of the specialized subdivisions from within the General Police Inspectorate and modern endowment appropriate to be able to ensure the investigation and criminal prosecution in an effective manner. And yesterday, more speakers did speak about the fact that it is not sufficient to just look at dedicated human resources or specialized entities established, but it is very important for these professionals to have necessary endowment so that they do not react only post factum, but have the capacity to intervene promptly and proactively. The inclusion into the training program for the representatives of the law enforcement bodies, and not just them, of some subjects related to the risk assessment and needs assessment of children victims of the abuse and sexual exploitation, and prioritization and concluding safety plans adapted to the offenses, to the online offenses. Another topic that might have been less discussed during these 2 days, but which represents still a challenge, refers to the development of the organization and functioning of the interviewer framework. We know all those amendments that have been made in Article 110 prime from the Criminal Procedure Code, which insists in attracting the interviewer in all the cases of sexual offenses, human trafficking and violence against children, of a specialist, of a trained specialist, and also the interviewer, first of all, are not sufficient in number, and there is no clear procedure for training and accreditation of them. The development of the monitoring system of the persons convicted for committing sexual offenses, including with regard to children, in order to decrease the risk of recidivism and to ensure the sexual prevention of abuse and sexual exploitation. the development of the capacity of the National Probation Institute, ensuring the resources and guidelines for probation officers with a view to the work with child offenders, including the development of their capacity to use some methods and working techniques for this category of beneficiaries. The development and strengthening the programs for the young people who are committing or have committed offenses with a view to combating violence, abuse and sexual exploitation against children, but also one of the final conclusions of the last session, we have had identification of those mechanisms that would allow for the evaluation of the impact and their effect on these programs. And obviously, the chain of recommendations can continue, but I will stop here and will invite Mrs. Prisakaro to speak out from the point of view of the education area, not before thanking again the children who got engaged in this forum and whose contribution was extremely valuable, not just from the point of view of the measures meant to ensure a virtual environment that would be much more accessible, but also from the point of view of our role as parents as well as authorities to protect them and to ensure those mechanisms that are coming to make available these possibilities to report these cases are really effective. Mrs. Prisakaro, please.
First of all, on behalf of the Minister of Education and Research, I'd like to thank the Minister of Interior and all the partners who contributed to the organization of this forum, a very important platform which talks about the importance of the safety online of children, but also a good exchange of experiences in this regard. Well, since we are discussing the joining of the EU, and when it comes to suggestions and recommendations that have been in discussion these 2 days, and the dialogue that we've had with children, the reflections of children when it comes to the Ministry of Education regarding the prevention in education, we need to approve that national action plan on safety and protection of children online, which will offer a range of comprehensive activities that will contribute to the safety and protection of children online, in line with the European strategy for a better internet. We will focus on extending the implementation of standards for the protection and safety of children online by ensuring the whole range of resources, tools, and to contribute to a safer experience of children online. We will continue our activity for the development of information and teaching resources for the school community to prevent any form of sexual abuse of children, including online. We will include the topic on online safety in the initial and ongoing training of teachers to extend the qualified network of teachers, and will inform teachers on the topic of child safety online and avoiding any forms of abuse and sexual exploitation of children, but also to improve their capacities to identify and efficiently respond to these cases in a multidisciplinary format. We will conduct awareness campaigns on the risks of sexual abuse on children in order to change the attitudes, fight stereotypes, and mobilize society for immediate reporting of cases to the hotlines and assistance services will encourage children participation by organizing children-led events and cooperation with youth centers and involving children and children panels in decision-making regarding online safety measures, and conduct awareness in education institutions in this regard. And of course, an equally important thing, we have started doing it, but we will detail it even more and start implementing it. I'm talking about a comprehensive program of parental education on child safety, online abuse and sexual exploitation of children, and ensuring the further implementation through a network of trained facilitators who could work with schools in the communities. We hope that we could come up with this menu of activities which will improve the situation. Thank you very much for the effort, and we will be able to succeed if we all act jointly. Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to contribute to the conclusions of this forum on behalf of the Minister of Economic Development and Digitization. As a result of discussions and presentations made today and yesterday, we see the need to develop the national legal framework in the area of ICT in order to set up, or actually not create some better and more conducive norms in order to fight illegal and harmful online content. As it was mentioned in the first panel today, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitization wants to transpose the provisions of the DSA into our normative framework, which enter into force in the EU as of tomorrow. And by transposing into our law the provisions of this regulation, we want to create mechanisms which are more efficient of cooperation of law enforcement from Moldova with the service providers or with hosting companies and other intermediaries in order to act promptly to take down illegal content, online content, including sexual abuse against children, but also clearly establish the procedures that will have to be undertaken by ISPs in order to identify this content. I'm talking about mechanisms to detect the contents in order to take it down, but also create some possibilities, rapid possibilities for reporting this content. Of not less importance is assigning a competent authority to supervise the way ISPs will implement these obligations. Thank you very much for this possibility, and we hope to have a very good cooperation in the future. So, let me thank again everyone present here, the moderator, the speakers, you, those present here in this room, but also those who watched us online and are watching us online, following us online. Thank you for productive discussions. And those who helped us again to run some analytical exercises. They have generated questions on which we should ponder and try and find solutions together. I would like to thank International Central La Strada for consistency, involvement, engagement, and support provided in organizing this first international forum in Moldova. I'd like to thank the U.S. Embassy in Chisinau, EU delegation in Chisinau, and let us wish each other a lot of success, because this effort, joint effort, will contribute to ensuring a healthy generation in the future. Thank you and have a beautiful day. Yeah, honored Daniela, Mr. Nikitin, and representatives of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, thank you very much for the well-organized first international forum on child safety online. Thank you very much to the International Centrul La Strada for a beautiful organization of this event. For 17 years, International Centrul La Strada strives to fight domestic violence, trafficking human beings, sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the attention. Your presence here is an honor for us. Thank you and have a beautiful day.